Good morning. I think we're missing a couple of directors. Hopefully they're able to find parking. And I now call to order the meeting of the Joint Boards of Directors of the San Joaquin Hills Transportation Corridor Agency and the Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency. Today's March 12th. It's 9:30. And we will begin with an invocation, which I will lead, and we will follow with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Director Chuck Puckett. So please join me. Our Father, we do thank you and praise you for the beautiful communities you've given us in which to live. We ask for your hand of blessing upon our communities. We ask for your guidance today as we make important decisions on behalf of our residents. We especially ask for your shield of protection over those who protect us, our police, our firefighters, the men and women in our military. And we ask for your hand of protection on the health of our communities. We acknowledge the stewardship that we have in leading this agency, and we ask your direction. Amen.
Please place your hand over your heart and join me as we pledge allegiance to our great flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to welcome, we do have a new clerk of the board who has joined us today for the first time. Mark Mahan, welcome. Welcome to the board, and I'll ask you now to please call the roll.
Director Bain. Director Connors. Director Heff.
Here.
Vice Chair O'Neill.
Here.
Director Vixort.
Here.
Director Beal.
Here.
Alternate Jabbar.
Here.
Director Crean.
Here.
Director Miller.
Here.
Director Murphy.
Here.
Vice Chair Puckett.
Here.
Director Ward. Alternate Goebel.
Here.
Chair Kelly.
Here.
Director Penaloza.
Here.
Chair Shea.
Yes.
Director Taylor.
Here.
Director Wagner.
Here.
And Director Chamberlain.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I will remind directors that we do have new devices. So if you wish to speak during the discussion portion of our meeting, we have instructions in front of us, but you'll press 0 to speak. It is now the time and the place for our public comments. At this time, members of the public may address the board regarding any items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the boards, but no action may be taken on off-agenda items unless authorized by law. We do have 46 speakers this morning, and so I'm going to limit the speaking time to 2 minutes. So comments will be limited to 2 minutes, and I want you to stay within that 2-minute parameter, please, or less. 2 minutes per person, and we will have 1 hour for comments at the beginning of the meeting at this time. And if needed, we may have additional public comment time held before the closed session portion of the agenda during public comments part 2. And again, that will be limited to 2 minutes per person for comments. And Chair Miniger, or former Chair Miniger, has just arrived. I do have a presentation for you, which we'll be doing after the public comments, so I'm glad you're here. Okay, with that, we will call our first public speaker is James Thor, and he will be followed by Derisi Doan.
My name is Jim Thor, and for many, many years I sat on the other side as you are now, so I know most of you. I still live in Rancho Santa Margarita, and I'm, as they refer to us now, as a recovering elected official. there's a post that I saw last week on Facebook with a photo of a bumper-to-bumper traffic that says, Los Angeles is an hour away from Los Angeles. And I grew up in LA, so it takes that long to get around LA using their congested freeway system. Orange County could have been headed down the same road, literally, but we developed a toll road system. 51 miles of congestion-free roadways, always available when you need them. I'm a realtor in Orange County, and whether my clients are selling or buying a home, having the toll road system in place is important to their home value and their quality of life. Congestion continues to be a growing problem in Orange County, in South Orange County. However, I'm glad to see that your board is taking an action to resolve this problem and hitting it head on. The three solutions you're considering today are needed to provide regional mobility. Number one, extending Los Patrones to Avenida La Plata provides an arterial alternative to the I-5 without going through any existing communities. Extending the carpool lanes on the I-5 is just a common sense solution, especially with San Diego planning for carpool lanes coming north of the county line.
And that concludes.
Ortega has always needed to be widened for a long time.
And
so I'm
Mr.
glad
Thor,
to
your
see it.
time is up. Thank
Okay.
you.
And thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Darcy Doan is our next speaker, followed by Nancy Hunt.
Good morning, chairs and directors. I am the Government Affairs Director for the Orange County Realtors. Our association advocates for the protection of private property rights for over 15,000 members. I'm here to speak in favor of Alternative 22. We do need traffic relief. I even have friends and colleagues that refuse to get on the 5 freeway over the weekend. It's irresponsible to continue to build thousands of homes without planning the sufficient infrastructure to support it. I encourage you to support staff's recommendation on Alternative 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Hunt, followed by Brian Marriott. I apologize. I know many of you planned for 3 minutes, so hopefully you're able to make it more concise.
Takes me more than 2 minutes to get up here. Good morning. My name is Nancy Hunt, and I've been a proud San Clemente resident for over 43 years. I love my city very much. I've worked and owned a business in San Clemente for those 43 years. And in the many years I've lived there, I've seen the population and the traffic increase significantly, especially on I-5. We expect our leaders to plan sufficient infrastructure to accommodate growth, also to enhance our quality of life so that we can enjoy our beautiful region. A number of years ago, after the previous route for the completion of the 241 was denied, I spoke here at the TCA, just like today, and I said, let's work together to find a solution to our north-south traffic problems, because I recognized that traffic would only get worse. I was surprised and deeply saddened by what followed after my comments. There was quite a bit of bullying and personal attacks against me on social media. I was labeled Toll Road Nancy. Some were calling for a boycott of my real estate business. I never suggested or supported the idea of the toll road being routed through the city, nor would I. All I had ever said was, let's work together and find another solution. Look at the brain power we have here. This was a difficult time for me, and as I was dealing with my late husband's terminal illness. But I'm happy to come here today and see that people did work together to find solutions. I applaud the TCA for the robust public outreach effort they undertook in the past 5 years. I know it wasn't easy. They listened to the input and concerns from residents and worked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hunt. Next speaker is Brian Marriott, followed by Sherry Feinberg.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity, the work you do on behalf of our communities. Thank you, Clerk, for the courtesy of being able to speak early. So we are here with the potential for some relief. I hope we'll capitalize on it. Long process that's taken place now with a committee recommendation that I hope you'll go with later in the morning. This is actually where common sense took us over 2 years ago. That's a simple fact. And then we went off in some meandering paths, and at moments where I think we could have had more leadership, we sort of hung our hat of indecision and struggle on the system. And I think that's unfortunate. We have an obligation as public officials to always question the system and, of course, do our best to work within it. I want to thank Joe Mueller and the committee for the leadership they've shown in getting us here. Joe, I think, has shown great patience and determination with the process. I'm not always the most patient person, and so it's fun to watch Joe be very patient with this and other members of the subcommittee get us to a place where we can ultimately have the right solution. Joe showed great leadership. I don't think we had great leadership over the last 3 years, though. And this is not a personal criticism. This is an observation, because as a former board member and elected leader today in my city, I've had, a front row seat to the whole thing. It's incumbent upon us now as elected leaders and board members to look at what's taken place and learn from it. That will be the real test of leadership going forward. A couple of things that will always stick in my craw, and you should learn from them, is one, we had inordinate delays that were not necessary. Two, we had a common sense resolution 2 years ago that was then demonstrated by the data, which sat in an office for roughly 6 months before we moved forward with the public deliberations. That was unfortunate. Unfortunately, I think it tied into a greater strategy, which I was privy to in private conversations, which I will not share as a courtesy, that clearly demonstrated that at times the leadership of this agency, I'd ask for a 30-second extension as an
I'm
elected
sorry,
member.
we have
Thank you.
46 speakers, so.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So the
No,
board, so
no,
at
I'm
some
sorry,
level, the
Mr.
board-
Marriott, I'm sorry. We have 46 speakers, and we do have board business to do as well, so.
I will conclude with this. The board and other elements of leadership favored agency growth versus regional transportation. Clearly, unequivocally, I can tell you that. I was
Thank
privy to
you.
it.
Thank
It was
you for your
unfortunate.
comments.
Please be mindful of it moving forward. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sherry Feinberg, followed by Jake Anderson, and I do ask everyone to please follow that 2-minute time schedule.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Sherry Feinberg, and I am the Vice President of the Laguna Hills Chamber of Commerce and a 34-year homeowner in Laguna Niguel, just near the 73 Toll Road. My printing business of 36 years, Printex Printing, is in Laguna Hills, and when I need to deliver print jobs, it is critical that I'm able to deliver them on time or ahead of schedule. The toll roads offer me that certainty and have been critical to my economic success. Hopefully, after today, it will still improve. I want to thank you for continuing to invest in the infrastructure that improves transportation in South Orange County. While I am pleased to see that the TCA is working collaboratively with OCTA and Caltrans, I am so glad that I can look up and see that the South Orange County elected officials are able to make the decisions how best to spend the money to benefit the residents and businesses of South Orange County. While it is true that the Orange County toll road system has regional benefits in terms of mobility, it's also true that it's mostly South Orange County residents and business owners and employees who use these toll roads every day. I know TCA has taken a lot of slings and arrows over the past 5 years, but throughout the process, you've kept your heads held high, and today shows you have been able to identify traffic relief solutions and don't have significant community impacts. And that's been the goal all along. As a longtime resident and business owner, I appreciate your efforts in assisting in alternative routes to benefit our community while preserving much of our beautiful wilderness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jake Anderson, followed by Penny Maynard.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Jake Anderson. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Laguna Hills Chamber of Commerce. Professionally, I manage over 1 million square feet of shopping centers and malls in South Orange County. It's no secret that the internet delivery sites are making it easier to shop at home and taking away the need to travel to brick and mortar stores. Making this problem worse is the fact that there is so much traffic on the freeways that people just can't get around. This is where the toll road comes in. More than 250,000 people every day get to where they need to go on time due to the toll road. And that's 250,000 fewer people that are on the freeway itself, specifically the 5. Thank you for recognizing that we are a growing community and that we need more and quicker access to the places we need to go. And thank you for listening to the community and all the thousands of people that have spoken over the last few years in coming up with your new plan to create the new arteries that are not tolled and that go through areas that will not impact housing or businesses. We really appreciate, and I appreciate the toll revenue working to improve mobility for all the residents here in Orange County. And I applaud you guys for working together to come to this conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Penny Maynard, followed by Kate Keena.
Good morning. My name is Penny Maynard, a 22-year resident of Dana Point. I have been a supporter of the toll roads for many years. I recognize and appreciate the benefits of the 51-mile toll road system to commuters, business, tourists, and first responders. One of the reasons I've always supported TCA is because they built the roads in an environmentally sensitive way. And this, as an environmentally sensitive person who believes in adequate infrastructure to accommodate population growth, this was important to me. I've followed the long and complex history of the 241 for 2 decades now. During my 11-year tenure as CEO of the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce, in 2005, my board voted unanimously in support of the project. After the route was denied, I was impressed that TCA went to the public for input to see if there might be other potential solutions. The process resulted in 3 projects. It doesn't matter that it's not a toll road. What matters is we have something that will improve mobility in South Orange County. Thank you, TCA Board. My reason for supporting the Transportation Agency's plan, I did not and do not want SoCal to become 405-101 LA freeway nightmare. I commend the agencies working together. Dana Point City Councilman last week said about this coming together. Leaders lead. I wholeheartedly agree. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kate Keena, followed by Susan Genrich.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, Chair Scher, members of the board. My name is Kate Keena, and I am a 3-year resident of Rancho Santa Margarita and formerly a 35-year resident of Mission Viejo. So I've seen a lot of growth over the years. The toll roads have been very important to me, primarily because I use them all the time during business hours and for business. And also we have family that live in the Inland Empire, so it benefits us to take the toll roads to visit our family. I understand that the process that we are here discussing today has taken many years and a lot of collaboration. And for that, I commend the board that shows very good leadership with the member agencies, or the other agencies that you've partnered with, being Caltrans, the County of Orange, and the Orange County Transportation Authority, and others. So after many, many years of study, I'm here this morning to ask that you approve the recommendation under item 9 and that we proceed with the process and we get to the next extension of the 241. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Genrich, followed by Stephanie Winstead.
Good morning, Chair and TCA directors. My name is Susan Genrich. I'm a resident of Lake Forest, but I work in San Clemente, and I also serve on the South Orange County Economic Coalition. As you can imagine, the alternative will personally benefit me immensely. All too often, the I-5 backs up, and there are no other alternatives. The solution provides for alternatives that give people the option, not the obligation, but the option to use toll roads. I followed the process over the last 5 years, and I know it hasn't been easy. I give you credit for staying the course in the process. It really did work, and the solution is a combination of technical data and public input. Thank you for providing the leadership to make this all happen.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Winstead, followed by Kelly Finney.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Winstead, and I'm the immediate past chair of the Laguna Niguel Chamber of Commerce and two-time chair of the city's Traffic and Transportation Commission. We have the 73 toll road right outside my office door. It provides a much-needed alternative when trying to head north to avoid traffic on the I-5. It also provides an alternate route and helps alleviate congestion on arterial ramps in Laguna Niguel to the I-5 south. I remember when construction on the 73 was completed. No one enjoys construction, but it's so nice when it's done. I'm very glad the 73 is there, and I just used it this morning to get to this meeting, so you're welcome. Although Alternative 22 will not connect to the I-5 freeway, I understand it will provide significant regional traffic relief, and the Los Patrones extension will offer an alternate route to the freeway traffic, just like the 73 toll road does for us in Laguna Niguel. Good transportation facilitates a robust economy, promotes safety, and improves quality of life. From a business perspective, we want to make it easy for customers, clients, and visitors to get to and from Laguna Niguel. It can also be an alternate evacuation route in case of fire or other emergency. The more options that are available, the better. I know that there's a lot of concern about several of the initially proposed alignments and how that might impact local communities. However, I was repeatedly assured that none of the alternatives under initial consideration were set in stone, and that TCA and Caltrans would look into community impacts of each alternative and balance whether the traffic relief of each alternative would provide before deciding whether to keep those alternatives on the map. It looks like the process actually works as advertised. Public comment was received, considered, and incorporated in the final outcome. Thank you for providing this public forum.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Finney, followed by Benjamin Medina.
Good morning, Chair and TCA Directors. My name is Kelly Finney, and I am a lifetime resident of South Orange County. I call myself a Tri-City girl, Dana Point, San Juan, San Clemente. You probably don't hear this that often, but thank you, and I want to say special thank you to Mike Raymond. You guys all did exactly what you said you were going to do since day one. You took every idea, good, bad, ugly, that the public tossed at you, and you gave fair analysis to each. You balanced the traffic relief benefits with the community impacts. And I hope that you approve moving forward with the alternative that provides the balance of the most traffic relief with the least community impact that's recommended. I know this process hasn't been easy, but the reality is that this is a quality of life issue for so many South County residents, and life would not be as good without these roads. Some may not admit it, but most of them use the road on a pretty regular basis, as do I. The toll road provides convenience, they provide choice, and instead of us being trapped and a slave to traffic, the toll road puts the power back in our hands, and I am thankful for that. Thank you for what you do to provide transportation alternatives for all of us.
Thank you. The next speaker is Benjamin Medina, followed by Matt Gunderson.
Good morning, Chair and Directors. First, I'd like to thank you all for your leadership on this board. I'm a resident of San Clemente and a local business owner whose livelihood is completely reliant on the transportation infrastructure of Orange County. Although there has been a little pushback on this process, and through that process, some of your careers have been put through a firing squad, I commend the TCA and Caltrans for continuing that process of public input. As a result, the process worked. 3 years ago, at the start of public input, I submitted a variant of what is now Route 22 to your TCA staff. I believe this is a traffic relief solution that enhances the quality of life in our community without compromising it. As a leader of a mobile service repair company that couldn't possibly operate without the toll roads, and a resident who still values San Clemente's small town way of life, I still need to get to customers and family in the Inland Empire, and I believe Route 22 shows respect to all of those concerns. With now the 241-91 connector now on schedule, Route 22 works in conjunction with that project. I believe the TCA is truly living up to its mission to enhance mobility in Orange County. Thank you for working with Caltrans, reaching out to all stakeholders, hearing our community's needs for solutions we can all be happy with. Board, please support Route 22. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matt Gunderson, followed by Dave Sarosky. Hi, Matt.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chairman and the TCA directors. My name is Matt Gunderson. I'm a 19-year resident of Ladera Ranch and have owned businesses in Mission Viejo for those past 19 years. And on behalf of our employees and our customers, I've long known the need for an extension of the 241 toll road from where it ends at Oso Parkway. The problem has never been an east-west issue. It's a north-south traffic issue. And though I don't sit on the board and I don't have all the insights that you have, I've never understood the deliberation over east-west alternatives. And I stand here in support of what your thoughtful conclusion has been on Alternative 22. I also support the widening of the Ortega Highway project. As somebody who drives Ortega on a routine basis, simply in the interest of the safety of the students who are in and out of San Juan Hills High School and St. Margaret's High School and the community of San Juan Capistrano and all those who live along there, that has to be done. The deadlock, the gridlock there is as much an inconvenience to people. That is a minimum issue. The maximum issue is the fact that it's a real safety issue, and I drive that route every day, and I can see the ingress and egress from students to schools, to homes, et cetera, is a dangerous problem just waiting to happen. In the interest of time, I thank you for that, and I thank you for your thoughtful consideration, and I speak in support of Alternative 22 and the widening of the Ortega Highway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunderson. Our next speaker is Dave Sarosky, followed by Scott Hunt. And first of all, how's Ted?
Ted's quite wonderful. I actually had a video prepared for you today, but we kind of fell behind. My name is Dave Sarosky, and my horse's name is Ted. And we would like to say thank you for your public service. We would like to say thank you for the tollway, of which he and I basically use. He's riding, I'm driving. And thank you very much for the Saddle Club. I'm very happy to be part of that, work with that, and to add to our community. I guess next time we will run the video and we will see Ted in all his glory. But he has asked me to come forward along with a friend of his to become a spokeshorse for the TCA Saddle Club. Should this be a consideration, he has already granted me the right to speak in his name as his agent. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Sarosky and Ted. Our next speaker is Scott Hunt, followed by Todd Burnett.
Hi, I'm Scott Hunt, a 40-plus year resident of San Clemente. I confess I do have a car, I do drive on the road, and I do add to the congestion. I hate traffic, so anything you can do to help with that, I am pro build the roads, and I support you. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Todd Burnett, former president of Saddleback College, which sits in Mission Viejo.
Wow, you
So
just gave
it's
some of my
Good to see you
speech.
again.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and directors. As the chair said, my name is Todd Burnett, and currently now I'm not president. I'm the former president of Saddleback College, but I am currently the executive vice chancellor at Brandman University. I'm also coming here to speak on behalf of the Orange County Workforce Development Board, which I've been a member of for about 7 years. Brandman University, if you don't know, is located not far from here, actually. It's just by the Irvine Medical and Science Complex, right off of the 133 toll road, real close to here. We have Hoag Hospital and Kaiser Permanente on one side and Blizzard Entertainment on the other side. And as you can imagine, we're a hub. We're a hub for jobs, education, and healthcare. And I'm not sure we would have been able to do all this and do our business and all our other fellow neighbors without the 133 toll road that connects the 241 with Inland Empire and other areas. Whether they are students at Brandman, patients of the hospital, or employees of the local businesses, many come to us from Inland Empire using the toll roads. During my tenure at Saddleback College, many of our students, staff, and visitors from Rancho Santa Margarita, Portola Hills, Foothill Ranch, and North Irvine would come down the 241 toll road as it was more convenient and frankly a lot faster than having to go through miles of city streets to reach the I-5 freeway. As a member of the OC Workforce Development Board, we work collaboratively with the County Board of Supervisors to establish programs and activities in response to the workforce needs of Orange County. One critical issue for our workers is the ability to get to and from their jobs quickly and efficiently. For too long, the 241 was stuck in a dead end at Oso Parkway. Extending Los Patrones to La Pata and building the underpass at Oso will help provide a secondary route through the southernmost section of Orange County. Thank you for balancing the integrity of existing neighborhoods with the need for regional traffic relief. This alternative is a good compromise, and I hope you will vote to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burnett. The next speaker is Patricia Macaulay-Volsky, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Good morning, Chair and Directors. My name is Patricia Macaulay-Volsky, and I'm a former Rancho Santa Margarita resident, and I currently reside in San Juan Capistrano. While living in Rancho Santa Margarita, I had 3 little kids. We were right at the end of the 241. I would use that route daily to get my kids to their club events. I would use the 73 daily to get to work when I worked in Corona Del Mar. I would use the extension, the alternative 22 daily to shop. When I lived in Rancho Santa Margarita, I used the first 3 exits daily to shop in Rancho Santa Margarita. It's my choice. We get to choose if we want to ride on the tollway or not. The best is when you're behind a car with a bumper sticker saying no to the toll roads on the toll roads. If I was more adept with using my phone as I'm driving, which I don't, I would snap those pictures and send those because they just crack me up. It makes sense to extend the Los Patrones Avenue to La Pata. We need it. If we all adopted the attitude of not in my backyard, most of the homes east of the 5 freeway, including mine, wouldn't be there. Every community has to do their part to make this work. The TCA has come up with amazing alternatives to the congestion on the roads. I support it. I have always supported it. I have always used it, and I'm happy that you guys have done so. Please do consider alternative 222. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Peter Woodfill.
Good morning and great pronunciation.
Thanks.
When Supervisor Bartlett, I've been a resident for San Clemente resident for the last 50 years. When Supervisor Bartlett first introduced her plan, or Alternative 22, or the Los Patrones Parkway Extension, the public was concerned that it didn't follow the normal process since it was submitted as a receive and file plan without any public input. Originally, Alternative 22 included that it would traverse through the center of the landfill and through the southeastern corner of the landfill. The concept alignment would have less impact on the landfill and reduce the potential for triggering geotechnical hazards, landslides, or significantly affecting the landfill's environmental mitigation site. Then, according to the public scoping notice South County traffic relief effort, the description of Alternative 22 changed again. Within that description, Alternative 22, page 32 out of 51, it stated, it included truck climbing lanes would be included as necessary. The termination of Los Patrones Parkway as a managed lane facility, tolled or untolled, from Oso Parkway to Avenida La Pata will be further evaluated during the alternative screening process following the formal scoping period. Near the southern end of the planning area, the alignment would turn west into the Prima Desecha landfill, where it would cross existing open space and run through an area proposed for future landfill. Then, in the agenda packet that was just that we just have, then there was different wording on that as well. It stated that it was going to be a major thoroughfare, which implies freeway. Additionally, there are other concerns in the data in table ES1, specifically that it will cause moderate designated critical habitat. But in the agenda packet and in all the articles, it says minimal impact, and that's not correct. So how are you supposed to know which route 22 is supposed to be, since it's always changing?
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Woodfill, followed by Beverly Blake.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Peter Woodfill. I live in Dove Canyon. I'm an almost daily user of the toll roads, and I believe they are a vital part of our transportation system. I've been closely following the traffic relief efforts in South Orange County for many years now. I've heard all the pros and cons, and it's clear to me that some solution is needed very fast. When Alternative 22 was first proposed, it seemed like a good alternative, but I wasn't sure that the traffic analysis would show that it would provide enough relief to be able to make it worthwhile even to do. But after the study, the numbers clearly show that it does work very well. So if we can build a road improvement project like Alternative 22 without significant community impact, we need to do it immediately. Thank you for your leadership, and I look forward to following your continued progress in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beverly Blake, followed by Laura Fries.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, staff, and everybody else. My name is Beverly Blake. I live in San Juan Capistrano, and I'm the Vice President of Camino Real Playhouse. We have been consistently publicly supportive of the toll roads for years. I've been keeping up to date on the status of the toll road thanks to updates from your staff, and I'd like to mention that their attendance at Coffee Chat is a great avenue to keep our community informed. I'm glad to see that the alternatives through San Juan Capistrano have been taken off the list, although I'm aware that the I-5 freeway does need help. I think Alternative 22 is a generous and truly workable option to give the freeways some relief. The no project alternative would be a disaster for the current and future traffic patterns around our community. I really believe in what you've done, what you're doing, and thank you for your support of improved mobility. And we really count on what you do to help get our patrons there in time for the curtain. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Laura Fries is the next speaker, followed by Aaron Beyer.
Good morning, Madam Chair and directors. I'm Laura Fries, excuse me, a former council member of San Juan Capistrano. And when I was on the city council, the foremost goal for me, and I think for all of you, is safety. As long as we can keep our constituents and the people of South Orange County safe, we're doing our job. Well, obviously, we're not keeping them safe as they should be until we have a north-south freeway route. And it's obvious that one auxiliary or one route really stands out in my mind, which is Alternative 22. After studying all the proposed routes extensively, there were a couple that I know that kind of made it to the top of the list, one of them being the Ortega Highway one, the one where it dumps out on Ortega Highway, which I think would be a real mistake because it is already so affected by Lake Elsinore traffic and will be more so as the 14,000 houses out on Rancho Mission Viejo continue to be built. So the best approach is Alternative 22. A decision will be difficult because there will be people who are going to be upset no matter which way you go. But our whole government is based on compromise and the good of the community. So if you look at the good of the community as a whole and you compromise as is needed, I hope that you will vote in favor of staff recommendation for Alternative 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Beyer, followed by Tom Scott.
Good morning. My name is Erin Byer. I have lived in Orange County for 22 years. I am a former transportation commissioner for the city of San Juan Capistrano, and my job entails a great deal of driving in and around Orange County. I am here today in support of the recent recommendation to pursue the route option number 22. And while I still believe that the green alignment would have been the best alternative and most effective option, unfortunately that cannot happen. Option 22 comes the closest that we have seen since that unfortunate demise, and it does not go through anyone's neighborhood, in addition to also becoming a non-toll road portion, meaning anyone can drive it. That seems to me to be a big win-win. I do think the TCA has put a great deal of time and effort and energy and money into making sure that every single potential option has been studied, it has been evaluated, every single person who had an opinion has been listened to, and the very best option has come from that process. But if you don't believe me, you can listen to the voters who spoke loud and clear last Tuesday. Bill Breaux has done everything he can to kill the toll road, and the constituents and the voters spoke loud and clear last Tuesday when they voted him out of the running in the primary election. That is all of the regional communities that are affected by this, and that vote speaks much louder than anything I could ever say. The 241 is a regional transportation solution. It's not about any one city or community, it's about all of us. And I pulled up this morning, I know you can't see because my phone is little, but this is the SigAlert app. And you can look all over Southern California, and every single one of these green things connects to something except for the 241. So unless you're writing a song, there's no such thing as a road to nowhere. That doesn't do anyone any good. Thank you.
Thank you. We may hear a new song come from this. Our next speaker is Tom Scott, followed by Jim Graham.
Good morning, Madam Chair, staff. My name is Tom Scott. I'm a founder and current president of Camino Real Playhouse. We are in the entertainment business. 80% of our patrons come from outside San Juan Capistrano. They need an easy way to get to our playhouse so they can enjoy the shows that we put on. And in the next 2 to 4 years, we're going to be seeing some significant growth of our facility, and we need the toll roads to make it easy for folks that aren't coming to San Juan to get around it, but more importantly, for the folks who are coming to San Juan to get there to come see a show. Please make us your entertainment destination.
Thank you. Jim Graham, and he will be followed by James Paris.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. My name is Jim Graham. I'm a 25-year resident of Coto de Caza and the owner of 2 automobile dealerships in Rancho Santa Margarita. In 1995, I first bought our property to build Santa Margarita Ford adjacent to the 241 tollway, and I had friends and business associates asking if I had rocks in my head, why are you building this big investment in a cul-de-sac for all intents and purposes? And I said, well, we've got that covered because the toll road is going to bring us customers, and they're going to come from the north, they're going to come from the south. It's going to tie in just south of San Clemente. Easy peasy, makes all the sense in the world. So we're now 25 years later, and it still makes all the sense in the world. And while the opportunity to tie in south of San Clemente has come and gone, Alternative 22 is by far the best secondary alternative, and not only for our businesses that exist in Rancho Santa Margarita, but for really all the people who have come to reside in Rancho Santa Margarita, Coto de Caza, Dove Canyon, Ladera Ranch. There's tens of thousands of people who have moved here over the last 25 years, and the need is greater than ever before, not only to relieve congestion and for convenience, but I think the last fire season where we were lucky enough to come out unscathed, as a public safety issue, to be able to have a secondary way of getting out of town is more important than ever. So I urge you to go forward as soon as possible with the agenda item number 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Paris, followed by Connor Medina.
Hello, and thank you for your time today. It's a wonderful day to see all of you here. I'm representing the Chamber of Commerce for San Juan Capistrano, as well as myself. I'm a small business owner in San Juan Capistrano. I'm actually located right off of the Ortega Highway. So to me, it makes sense to support the toll roads because I'm in support of small business and small business growth. It also makes more sense to me because if there is an emergency that takes place at my location, I would like the chance for our lovely first responders to be able to make a quick first response. And I've had this experience before, and we don't want to be waiting for any unwanted circumstances. So we would like to say thank you for your time, and thank you for supporting small business with your help with the toll roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Connor Medina next, and will be followed by Eric Bruvold.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, Chair Shea, and TCA directors. My name is Connor Medina, and I am the Government Affairs Specialist for Orange County Business Council. OCBC represents and promotes the business community, working with government and academia in order to enhance Orange County's economic development and maintain its high quality of life. Orange County is a regional hub for jobs, but with housing prices as high as they are, many of our workers live outside of Orange County and must commute. Additionally, about 75% of Orange County residents work outside of their city of residence. Orange County's toll road system is critically important to the quality of life of not only Orange County residents, but to Orange County's businesses and their employees. TCA is a crucial component for ensuring Orange County has an integrated, comprehensive, and efficient transportation network. The initial traffic studies show that the extension of Los Patronos Parkway to Avenida La Plata provides nearly as much congestion relief as a connection to the I-5 freeway. If we can get the traffic relief benefits without the adverse community impacts, it is imperative that this board consider that alternative for future study. OCBC encourages the board to approve staff's recommendation to further study Alternative 22 as part of your next step in providing traffic relief solutions for Orange County. OCBC commends TCA directors and staff for continued collaboration with Orange County Transportation Authority, Caltrans, and the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Bruvold, followed by Richard Reese.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Eric Bruvold, and I'm the CEO of the San Diego North Economic Development Council. I'm here today representing my organization as well as the Chambers of Commerce of Oceanside, Carlsbad, and Vista. I made my trek north here today to remind you that you oversee a critical transportation link that benefits our area in San Diego County as well as the residents of Orange County. In my area of North County, there are 57,000 manufacturing jobs. That sector has grown by 25% since 2008, and we know that at least 1,500 of those workers at those firms live in Orange County and commute south every day to those firms in northern San Diego County. Our visitors industry employs over 80,000, and all you need to do is look at the traffic on I-5 south on the weekends on Saturday and north on Sunday to see it matters. But we also know that Orange County tourism benefits from San Diego residents. It was recently reported that at the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim, the 3 counties that have the most annual pass holders are Los Angeles, Orange County, followed then by San Diego County. Thousands of those San Diegans are going up to the resort every weekend to spend and produce sales tax dollars in this region. That's why we're supportive of Alternative 22 and the investments that you're going to make. More and faster is better, because this is the only north-south route along the coast that links our area to areas in the greater Southland here in Southern California. Thank you very much, and best of luck in your deliberations.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Reese, followed by Steve Bemerwold.
Good morning. My name is Richard Reese. I'm a resident of Rancho Cucamonga, and often I find myself driving to South Orange County for work. And without the toll roads, my day would be quite a bit longer. And I have a 4-year-old son and a 1-year-old son. And being able to spend time with my family is extremely important to me. And without the toll roads, that would be quite a bit less time spent with my family. So it's very, very helpful for me to be able to come down here and get back in a timely manner. I'm very supportive, supportive of Alternative 22. Sorry, tongue twister there. And yeah, if it wasn't for the toll roads, about 3 months ago, I was the coach for my 4-year-old's first football team, and without the toll roads, I wouldn't have been able to do that. And it's just, it's for guys like me that work construction, union laborers, we do extremely hard work, and to add the time of driving home and not being able to spend time with our families is extremely taxing on us. And without the toll roads, we just wouldn't have the time with our family. Go home, go to sleep, get up, go back to work the next day, and not be able to see our young ones grow up. So I'm very supportive of Alternative 22, and I'm also looking forward to the 24191 extension. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Bemerwold, followed by Mary Grant.
Good job. Good morning. Steve Bemerwold, 30-year resident of San Juan Capistrano. My motive for being here is kind of selfish. I retired a long time ago. I don't get on the freeway very often. The toll road's less. And my concern is redundancy north-south. Always has been. As Aaron said, the original alignment would have been the best, but since this is what we have left, I urge you to approve 22 South. And when we have like a wayward grenade or, God forbid, an accident at San Onofre, there has to be an alternative route to the 5. When the 5 is tied up, as it often is, the streets in San Juan are gridlocked more than they normally are. And it's a safety thing for me. If you do the no build and don't extend the 22, option 22, in 10 or 15 years, you're going to be back widening the 5 through San Clemente through eminent domain in a much, much worse scenario than this is. So please move forward with this option 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Grant, followed by Doug Zelasco. And let me just make a comment. We are continuing to get requests to speak. I'm going to cut that off right now. If you have not filled out a request to speak form, it's too late. So we have about 50 speakers, and I want to make sure that those who've arrived on time and have filled out cards are able to speak. So thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Directors. My name is Mary Grant. I'm a longtime resident of San Clemente, as well as an original resident as I was born and raised in Orange County. So I've been here for my entire life. I've seen traffic. In 1964, you know, when I was a baby, there wasn't any, and we just had those 2 lanes both ways. But now things have changed, and I believe that in order for communities to grow, we also need growth with our infrastructure, and that's what this is all about today. For many years, the community of San Clemente has been concerned about the proposed toll road alignment that would go behind the city, connect to the I-5 to the south of us. And then the past few years, the concern has also been about the alignment, that 14 that would connect to the I-5 freeway at Pico. Many of us in San Clemente understand the issues and that are related to traffic relief, but we also need solutions. We wanted to be sure that our quality of life was not impacted by those solutions. I'm here today to thank the board, along with TCA staff, for listening to our community, supporting an alternative that doesn't go through our city, but finding a way to provide an alternate route to the I-5 freeway, which is often congested, especially on the weekends. Alternative 22 will offer San Clemente residents an option now to go north without having to sit on that congested freeway. I'm glad that with today's vote, this issue will be put behind us. We can stop talking about it in San Clemente and move on to our quality of life and the things that we love the most. And I'd like to thank you for your leadership and tenacity in helping to make that happen today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Doug Zelasco, followed by Ann Rommel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Doug Zelasco, and I'm the CEO of the Mission Viejo Chamber of Commerce. I've had the pleasure of serving as an executive with our chamber for the last 3 years, and I'm here today to pay my respects to our representative, Jeff Bott, and to all of you here who have had a lot to say about the relationship that you should forge with a Chamber of Commerce. We are one that remains very, very neutral when it comes to making decisions. And Jeff has done just a marvelous job of providing us all the education that we could possibly need to know what was going on with the toll roads. All of our board members came away very comfortable that they were understanding the situation, and that was our goal. So on behalf of the entire Chamber of Commerce and the citizens of Mission Viejo, we want to send out our appreciation to Jeff and to the staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Rommel, followed by Connie Visconti.
Good morning. Thank you for listening to all the speakers this morning. My name is Ann Rommel. I'm a small business owner and a resident of Coto de Caza, and I've lived there for a little over 22 years. For far too long, the 241 toll road has been a dead end at Oso Parkway. When we purchased our lot in Coto, it was based on knowing that the toll roads would be extended. I thank the TCA for continually pursuing the extension of the 241, and the alternative 22 seems to provide the best extension. Las Patronas makes the most sense, and I'm here in support of that. It's not as ideal as I would like. I would prefer it to go all the way to the I-5, but I do believe it's a compromise that truly makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Connie Visconti, followed by Robbie Weiskittel.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Connie Visconti, and I'm here representing the Lake Forest Chamber of Commerce today. Our chamber has appreciated the opportunity to participate in the South County Traffic Relief effort, and we have submitted letters stating support for the process. With a population of more than 85,000 and nearly 18,000 square miles, Lake Forest officials have long referred to our city as the gateway to Orange County, where the 241 toll road, the 5, and the 405 freeways meet. Our businesses and residents appreciate and utilize the mobility options the three major roadways provide. Without the option of the 241 to the north, thousands of daily commuters in our city would be jamming up the local streets, all going one way to get to the freeway. More mobility options like these would greatly serve the South Orange County as well. We would like to thank the TCA board and their staff for their hard work and efforts in seeking input from stakeholders during the past 5 years on how to best solve our traffic challenges in South Orange County. The process has worked. We are pleased that the 3 transportation projects will now be advanced. We look forward to the traffic relief that they will provide for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robbie Weiskittel, followed by Randy Weiskittel.
Good morning. So I'm a college student, and I've been taking the toll road since I could drive. The toll roads have really helped me out. They've pretty much halved all my commute times in high school, getting to sports and everything. And it was they were just really helpful. And I'm glad to see you are building one, or you are looking to relieve traffic in San Clemente. And eliminating the other elements that go through existing communities will hopefully show once for all that TCA was good to its word. When they said they wanted to relieve traffic while minimizing community impacts. I look forward to the completion of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Weiskittel, followed by Jim Wynn.
Good morning. My name is Randy Weiskittel, and as a recent college graduate, I just wanted to speak on behalf on younger workers in the environment. I'm a resident of Tribeca Canyon, so a lot of my friends in the Southern California area think we kind of live in the middle of nowhere. So the toll roads have been a great option for us to kind of really connect to all parts of Orange County, and this new option with direct access to San Clemente really gives us a viable beach access option. And considering with my job, I'm in sales, so connecting my territory of South Orange County really makes my day a lot easier and getting home a lot quicker. And I just wanted to thank you for taking this option and hope it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Wynn, followed by Patricia Thie.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Wynn with Wynn CRE at Kidder Matthews, and I'm honored to be here today as a representative for the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce. Rome conquered the ancient world through the construction and use of new roadways, and the San Clemente Chamber recognizes and supports the same indisputable necessity of regional mobility here today, 3,000 years later. Our modern highways are the backbone of business conquest and economic victory all across our ever-growing South Orange County communities. We would like to recognize and appreciate the extensive public engagement between the TCA and our local citizens to find the best possible solutions to both the current and future transportation challenges we all face on a daily basis. These thorough and exhaustive efforts have proved successful as evidenced by today's agenda, Section 6, Item 9. TCA meticulously researched a multitude of possible solutions, listened to the ideas and concerns from our communities, and ultimately reached a favorable decision by the people and for the people of our great cities. The San Clemente Chamber of Commerce is joyously unrestrained to have our small town preserved without further routes going through our hillsides. We look forward to the advancement and completion of 3 enhancement projects recommended in the Caltrans scoping report and anticipate great improvements to our transit needs. I provide commercial real estate solutions to business and property owners in South Orange County and personally understand the frustration of traffic and commuting issues as I endure the South County crawl as a function of my workday. In fact, it's not just me who's looking for relief. 24,000 of our San Clemente residents have active toll road accounts, nearly half of our adult population. This advantageous and beneficial solution will ensure our shores, hiking trails, and beautiful natural space will remain open, accessible, and unscarred for all of us here today and will become even more reachable for future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Next is Patricia Thie, followed by Laura Konoval.
Good morning, Chair and TCA Directors. My name is Patricia Thie, and I'm a member of the Laguna Hills Chamber of Commerce. I'm a 3rd-generation Orange County resident, and I work with Pumpkin City's Pumpkin Farm and Christmas Trees, which has been in business in Laguna Hills for 41 years. We have pumpkin lots, Christmas tree lots. In Orange County, we use the toll roads often to transport our materials and merchandise. I love that when I get on the toll road, I know I will always go highway speeds, and it is almost always the fastest way to get to my destination. I am pleased that you are moving forward with Alternative 22 as a traffic relief option for South County. Based on community feedback, I think it is a fair compromise. It still provides the traffic relief, but without the community impact. Thank you for taking your time and coming to the determination in the right way, through a full vetting of the traffic data, as well as the consideration of public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Konoval, followed by Michelle Schumacher.
Good morning. My name is Laura Konoval. I'm a San Clemente resident of 15 years, a mom, and a real estate agent. I'm strongly opposed to any toll road or tolled lanes. Now, let's be clear, I'm not opposed to roads, ulterior roadways, pathways, not opposed at all. I'm a business owner as well. We all need to get where we're going. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm one of those people that has a bumper sticker that says no toll road, and I'm on the toll road because I don't have any other choice. Do you think I want to pay? I guess I'm curious why these people that have stacked the deck today in support of the toll roads, it's shocking to me. You mean to tell me that you want to pay? You want to actually pay your hard-earned dollars to get to work? It's shocking to me. People, think about it. Back in the early 90s, before the TCA was here, somehow the Orange County Transportation Authority figured out ways to build roads. We're paying taxes already. Do you really want to be paying twice to get to
Please
work?
address the board.
Happy to. Anyways, as I was saying, who wants to pay twice? I know that I don't. I still want to get to where I'm going. I still want to get to Newport Beach from San Clemente. I do not want to pay. Sometimes I have to. It's a more direct path. I would prefer it just be a freeway, a free way. Free. We already have our alternative routes, north and southbound. The 5 is there. We've expanded that. Thank you for many, many years of construction there, but grateful nonetheless to have more lanes. However, we do have, La Plata is open. Anybody that knows how to get anywhere, we look at our ways. It tells us the direction to take, and we do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Schumacher, followed by Jennifer Powers.
Good morning, TCA Board of Directors. There's some things about 22 that make me a little bit nervous. First of all, that it was a receive and file done without public input again. And you have to understand that we're pretty wary of the TCA's process. This morning's a fine example of it. It's nice to see everyone that Jeff Bott takes for lunch has come here this morning to speak and support and pat you guys on the back. But I think, there's still some issues here. The 22, we're worried you're going to come back and try and toll it later. We're worried that it's going to be right to Lega in Forest Ranch, and you guys, again, are just being disingenuous. There's zero trust for this process, for this board, for the expenditures, for the extreme grotesque waste of taxpayer dollars continuously. And we just hope that you guys are stepping it up, because we've had enough. We're hoping you guys are going to do the right thing today, but just know that everyone you paid for lunches and dinners and Seabass and the rest of it, there are taxpayers in this county you're responsible to. We're going to be watching you, and we're not going away. So please do the right thing instead of the charade. Let's get real today. Thanks.
Thank you. And before we hear Jennifer Powers, I asked the clerk, I did not note what time we began our public comments. Can you let me know how long it's been? I know we began the meeting at 9:30, and we had a couple of items first.
I did not track what time public comments officially started. However, I would say at least an hour at this point.
Okay. Let's go through two more speakers, and then we'll hold the rest off until at the end of the meeting.
Okay, yes,
Part
may I
two.
begin?
Yes, please
Excellent.
do.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Powers, and I'm here today representing the coalition to Stop 9 and 18. Our coalition has been involved in the public input process for the last 3 years as the TCA and Caltrans sought various options to address north-south traffic relief on the I-5. Our coalition believes that the TCA acted in good faith and proceeded in an orderly, fact-based, and transparent manner. The TCA engaged with us on multiple occasions to discuss the various reasons why the residents of Ladera Ranch, Rancho Mission Viejo, San Juan Capistrano, Laguna Niguel, and Mission Viejo objected to the proposed 9 and 18. These meetings were fact-based, professional, and respectful. Now that we are at the end of the process, it is apparent to us that the TCA was truthful with our coalition. We appreciate the TCA for its professionalism and demeanor demonstrated throughout. Our coalition is supportive of the findings by Caltrans, the OCTA, and TCA as they will be submitted to the board this morning. We understand that only alternative 22 will be carried forward for future study as an ulterior, untold road. All other options will be officially removed from further consideration. Ortega Highway will be widened, and HOV lanes will be added to the I-5 South. Our coalition is pleased with the progress that has been made and is proud of having worked through the process with facts and rationale and a willingness to work collaboratively with the various agencies. We remain optimistic that Caltrans and the TCA will carry this project to completion in a way that meets the needs and alleviates the concerns of our residents. With the recommendations being submitted to you today, it is clear to us at all levels, including the TCA, have worked diligently to make this project the best one possible to permit and construct. Lastly, at the least cost with the most
Thank you.
congestion relief over the next 30 years, and then my colleague San Sumitani, whenever he's up, will continue the comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be the final speaker at this time. It is Linda Williams. However, anyone who has put in a request to speak regarding item number 9 will take up the balance of those public speakers when we come to item number 9. We do want to hear from everyone who's come to express your concerns and your opinions to the board. So we will have Linda Williams, and then the balance, which will be about 10 more, will be heard at agenda item number 9. So go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a 2-year, 7 months, and 12-day resident of San Clemente, which is not what people. I was in my home for 9 days when I went to my first no tow road meeting. We actually bought our house 5.5 years ago, and it went around San Clemente. And so imagine my surprise as I'm unloading my boxes and I see all these signs in my neighbor's yard that say no tow road through San Clemente. How did that happen? What happened in the last 3 years since I bought my house? I live above San Clemente High School, so which means option 14 would have gone right through my backyard, which I certainly wasn't expecting that to happen. I came to the TCA meetings for about a year, felt like it was just a process that was just going to keep going, and a lot of times people weren't looking at me when I was making my public comments, in which so I stopped coming because I was getting a little frustrated. But I kept my hand on the pulse, watching what was going on. There is a lot of concern in San Clemente that it will, like say, 5 to 10 years, we'll be right back here the same way, because we want it to be untold through Los Patrones, alternate 22. There's a lot of us here that aren't talking because we're nervous. We're not professionals that come and talk to big crowds like this. We get nervous. But there's a lot of us in San Clemente that don't want a tow road. We don't want our quality of life impacted. The other thing we're concerned about is that you're not going to follow through with what you actually say you're going to do. And I am concerned about adding HOV lanes to the 5 South, because I don't think there's enough room there. I think Kathy Ward said there was just room for like 1 more lane, not 2. So I'm worried about that because I don't want the impact of eminent domain coming through San Clemente. Anyway, thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you. And again, we have, I think, about 10 additional speakers that we will hear when we come to agenda item number 9. And at this point, I do have a special presentation to make to Director Fred Minigar, the former chair of the San Joaquin. So please join me at the flag. I want to take this opportunity to give a big thank you to former chair, San Joaquin Hills Chair, Fred Minigar, for his service as chair. He served from February 2018 to January 2020. During his time as chair of the agency, our financial circumstances improved vastly, our credit ratings were upgraded, and our unfunded pension liability has been eliminated. His contributions to the TCA are many, and we especially appreciate his professional experience as an engineer and bringing that insight to the board as well. And just a little bit of statistics here. We pulled some facts and figures and found out that during Mr. Minigar's tenure as chairman, over 63 million transactions on the 73 took place. And also during his tenure, the San Joaquin hit an all-time monthly high in transactions in August of 2018 with 2.9 million transactions. So we are so happy, Director Minigar, that you are continuing to serve on this board, and we do recognize the work, the tremendous amount of time and effort that you put in as our chairperson for the last year. So thank you, and we do have a plaque for you. Okay, next on our agenda is the San Joaquin Hills consent calendar, and this is items number 1 through 5. And as a reminder, all matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one vote. So there will be no discussion on these items unless a member requests to have a specific item pulled. So do any directors on the San Joaquin Hills wish to pull?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Director Minigar?
I would like to recuse myself from item number 1. I was absent during that meeting, and I'd like to make a motion to move.
Okay, so there's a motion for approval. We have, and did you wish to pull an item, Director Connors? Second the motion. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the consent calendar and a second by Cynthia Connors. So now, San Joaquin Hills directors, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Our next agenda item is the consent calendar for the Foothill Eastern Board. And these include items number 1 and 2 and 4 through 8.
Move the calendar.
Second.
Madam Chair?
One moment, I think we have someone who'd like to pull an item?
All right. Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want to make a note for the consent calendar for the minutes that to abstain. I was not present.
Okay, thank you. And Director Ward, did you have a comment or
Yes, Madam Chair.
item to pull?
I would like to pull item 8.
Pull item 8. No, Foothill Eastern is 1 and 2 and 4 through 8. So Director Ward has pulled item number 8. And is there a motion for the balance?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Director Murphy moved and Director Ward second.
Actually, just for factual basis, it was Director Voigts that moved.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
My lips didn't even move.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. So we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. And that motion carries unanimously. And item number 8, Director Ward.
Thank you. This is the annual mitigation monitoring and report, a status report, and I understand it's gone through committee. What I want to talk to the board about is I have a concern with the compliance of the undercrossings. And I do understand that right now this has been submitted to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services after we've done our monitoring. But I am concerned, this has been a long time, and I would like this to come straight back to the board when that comes back from U.S. Fish and Wildlife if we are not in compliance, because I think that we should take that on and maybe have a discussion about that. I think this is just very important, and I saw that it's coming, and that's my request, is that it just comes back to the full board so we have a status and know if we're in compliance or not. Those undercrossings are very important.
And I believe it would come back to the board anyway.
Okay.
So
Yes.
thank you for
I'll
for
move the
pointing
item.
that out.
Could I make one comment, Chair?
Yes.
So the issue with the compliance is we had a pretty major fire out there, and that's what's caused then, so there's additional work to reconstruct some things that burned in the fire. So that's the only issue. So that's why it's been extended for a year of additional monitoring it was a result of the fires.
Okay, have the undercrossings been reconstructed?
So I'll let
The, do you want to take it? The undercrossings that were burned down with fire are in process with Caltrans to evaluate a new type of jump route ramp to be in place, and or if even needed. We do bring the reporting of this annual monitoring reporting every year. So we will bring back the results of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services request for concurrence. So that will be brought before the board.
But it sounds like to me that I wasn't aware that they needed to be reconstructed. So it sounds like that's the issue, that we have a whole year that we're going to be waiting on that. And I'm just wondering why we're waiting, and some comment about we're looking at a different way of building them?
No, I'll clear that up. So when we had the fires in, I think 2017, out there, the canyon fires too, some of the jump out ramps that we had constructed as part of the fence burned down. And so we're working with Caltrans to look at reconstructing those using different materials. We would use concrete and steel The ones that were out there were made of wood, so they blended in more aesthetically. So we're working with our Caltrans partners to get those design plans approved. The undercrossings themselves were not impacted. They're still allowing wildlife to move freely through and under the roadways. The fence is fully intact. The jump out ramps that were burned down during the fire, we took extra measures and closed those jump out ramps off using the chain link fencing so animals cannot get onto the road. The results of the post-construction monitoring have showed a 99% decrease in wildlife mortality on the roadways. And so we just have that information into the wildlife agencies so we get their concurrence that we have complied with all of their requests. So we will come back to the board as soon as we get that from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We have a field tour scheduled with them in April. So hopefully shortly after that, we can come to the board with positive news.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and move the item. I just am concerned with that. I didn't want to see it go a long period of time before, you know, we see if we're in compliance with that. Sure. Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second.
That was Director Murphy this time.
Director Murphy this time made the second. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. We now come to item 9, and we will hear now the balance of the speakers who had requested to speak during public comments. So our first public speaker will be Vonnie Barnes, followed by Tom Barnes. Are they here?
Yes, there was an overflow.
Okay. And as a reminder, we do have a 2-minute time limit due to the number of speakers that we've had.
I'm Vonnie Barnes, Board President of Rancho San Clemente's Master Association of Homeowners, 5,000 people. While opposing any toll road extension through San Clemente, our main focus has been to eliminate option 14, which runs through a hazardous landslide at Pico and the I-5. The Irvine Soils Engineering map shows that option 14 runs through landslide areas at St. Andrew's Church, Bright Horizons Preschool, and Bluffdrop Homes along Pico. Previous environmental impact reports summarized here found that grading into the base of the unstable slopes could trigger landslides. This is exactly what happened in 2017 during the I-5 and Pico widening project and large retaining wall. Chief Engineer Dave Spears of TCA has also confirmed that option 14 goes through the landslide by St. Andrew's Church as shown on this TCA map. This photo shows where the base of the slope was removed to widen Pico and construct the large retaining wall that may have triggered the landslide. This aerial photo shows the massive scope of the landslide by St. Andrew's Church. 14 would run through this, cross Pico by the high school, and join the center of a widened I-5. By January of 2018, the landslide had destroyed large sections of St. Andrew's Church property. And by April of 2019, a photo taken from the same spot shows that most of the last photo had fallen off the cliff, significantly reducing usable space at the top. By February 2020, the photo taking spot was gone too. So we used a drone, and I'm done. Okay. All right, thank you.
The next speaker
No to 14.
is Tom Barnes, followed by Jake Volebrecht.
Tom Barnes, 45-year resident of San Clemente. Slide 1. These two spaghetti maps are from 2003 and 2018. The 2018 option 14 looks just like the Central Corridor route of 2003. The Central Corridor route was rejected 15 years ago after findings of the environmental impact report indicated that the route would cost too much to build. Slide 2. In 2017, visuals of the Central Corridor taken from the EIR could have been instrumental in eliminating this route early on if the visuals had been allowed to be shown on the large screen. This is where we tried to show them and you wouldn't allow it. So then we made a poster board, which we then held up. Slide 3. Major problems with the TCA spaghetti map include a lack of details regarding option 14. Even the focus map of option 14 in the TCA's 2018 project study report lacks needed details. Slide 4. This map, created from the description in the TCA's project study report, shows some of the details along option 14 that could impact the quality of life in San Clemente. For example, this map includes landmarks, streets, bridges, and interchange. It also shows the close proximity of option 14 to San Clemente High School, supposedly within 10 feet. Slide 5. This visual from the 2003 ERI shows the flyovers going over San Clemente High School to the I-5 and massive retaining walls by St. Andrew's Church need to be landscaped. I see I'm out of time. I'd just like to commend the residents of San Clemente for their tireless efforts in defeating Route A. Hopefully, you guys will do the right thing and take care of that today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jake Volebret, followed by Patty Short.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable board members. My name is Jake Volbrecht, and I serve as the Vice Chair of the South Orange County Economic Coalition. I'm here to speak in favor of Alternative 22. Extending Los Patrones Parkway to Avenida La Plata will be a tremendous benefit as a non-tolled arterial to the residents and businesses of South Orange County. We realize that today's vote does not approve Alternative 22 for construction. It simply allows Alternative 22 to be studied further and undergo environmental review for consideration at a future date by a future board. We trust that during the process, potential visual, sound, and other impacts of this potential road will be identified and accounted for. Certainly, Alternative 1, the no project alternative, should be studied as well, but it should be noted that the no project alternative has its own set of impacts and does nothing for traffic relief. To emphasize Dr. Burnett's point earlier, this is unacceptable for a region that requires so many of its workers to commute long distances to maintain their livelihoods. However, I'm hopeful that this approach by TCA, the county, and Caltrans, which takes some of the unsupportable options off the table, will continue to be the subject of public engagement and interagency collaboration toward improving mobility in South Orange County. Mobility is critical to our economy in South Orange County, and I appreciate all TCA and the leaders in this room have done to ensure that we have transportation alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patty Short, followed by Ziad Mashi.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, directors, staff, and members of the public. My name is Patty Short. I've been a resident of Dana Point since 1980 and a member of the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce since 1981, and I'm currently serving on their board of directors. I was on the study team that developed and presented the plan that led to the eventual incorporation of Dana Point in 1989. The changes I've seen in South County since I moved here have been nothing short of incredible. We've gone from a rural ranching outpost to a bustling suburban regional economic powerhouse. With new homes and new businesses comes new infrastructure. We would not have been able to build South County, the paradise that we now enjoy, without the toll roads. While it was frustrating that the entire system was not completed from the outset, I'm glad that we've begun the final phase. I look forward to the completion of the project, as well as any other improvements that you might be working on, and I ask you to please approve the required action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ziad Mashi, followed by Vicky McMurtry. Is Ziad here? That person has left, so Vicky McMurtry, followed by Sam Sumitani.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Vicky McMurtry, and I'm the Executive Director of the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce. My goal is to ensure the economic success of our local businesses and doing all that I can to help promote and market businesses of the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce. Tourism is a big part of the Dana Point economy, and it is important that our visitors have the peace of mind to know that the commute to Dana Point is reasonable and predictable. Additionally, we have a large workforce of employees who live outside of Dana Point who also need a quick and reliable route to reach their destination on a daily basis. TCA has done an amazing job of building a road network that we need that provides commuters and employees a choice when it comes to travel. I'm glad to see that you are moving forward with this untold alternative that will extend Los Patrones, expand the Ortega Highway, and expand the HOV lane from Pico down to the county line. I look forward to improved regional mobility, which will benefit our businesses and our economy. Thank you for your support of traffic relief in South Orange County.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sam Sumitani, followed by Kristen Camuglia.
Good morning, Madam Chair of the Board of Directors. I'm continuing the comments of Jennifer Powers that she had just made, and I would like to reemphasize that with the recommendations that are being submitted to you today, it is clear to us that all of the planning level authorities, including the TCA, have worked diligently to make this project the best one possible to permit and construct at the least cost and with the most congestion relief over the next 30 years. We hope the TCA continues to solicit our input and engage with our coalition as it fulfills its mission of managing and developing transportation improvements. The coalition takes one exception to the process in that 9 and 18 should never have been included for study. 9 and 18 were east-west alignments, and the stated goal of the SCTRE was north-south traffic relief. The TCA was clear from the very beginning that it would have never included these alignments on the map. Through it all, 9 and 18 performed dead last in various studies to determine what would provide the most traffic relief. This finding further reinforces our position that the decision to include 9 and 18 in the first place was flawed. This unfortunately caused our communities years of anxiety, uncertainty, and depressed property values. This point is being made not as a rebuke of the TCA, but rather to provide guidance that this disservice to tens of thousands of residents will not be repeated in the future. Lastly, I'd like to thank the residents of Ladera Ranch, Rancho Mission Viejo, San Juan Capistrano, Mission Viejo, and Laguna Niguel who submitted their comments and remained engaged over the last 3 years in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kristen Camuglia, followed by Kate Mudphy. And then Director Bain has asked to make comments as a member of the public. And that will be our final speaker.
Good morning, Chairs Kelly and Shea and TCA directors. My name is Kristen Camuglia. I am the chairwoman of the Orange County Taxpayers Association. OC Tax has long supported the toll roads because their construction is paid for through user fees and not tax revenue. OC Tax is supportive of the collaborative efforts TCA, Caltrans, and OCTA have made. Alternative 22, which extends Los Patrones to La Plata, is a common sense solution that, according to data compiled by Caltrans, will reduce traffic congestion by 10% while minimizing community impacts. Infrastructure is one of those critical features that is appropriate for government to have a role in, and when done right, can build quality traffic relief projects in a way that is both efficient and effective. Thank you for your efforts over the past several years in gathering public input and incorporating that input into the projects before you today. Your leadership has been crucial to the results that are before you, which are the projects that will alleviate traffic congestion and improve all of our quality of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kate Mudphy, followed by Dan Bain.
Hi, my name's Kate Mudge, rhymes with fudge. It's pretty
Sorry,
easy.
it
That's
looks
okay.
like
My handwriting's terrible. So I'm here and I'm a little incredulous and I'm shaky and I apologize. Everybody keeps saying there's not a road, and there is a road. It's called La Plata, and it connects. You can take Los Patrones right now. We can all go get on the roads together. It connects to Cow Camp, which is a mile from Antonio and La Plata, and then that goes to Hermosa, and that goes to Pico, and that goes down to the 5. You're acting like there's no road. There is a road. It's in my backyard. Come over. We'll look at it together. There is no need for Route 22. There's nothing there. You're going over a landfill. Why are you building a road that is unnecessary? It is literally on your map. Your map. 1 mile from the end of Los Patrones to Antonio via Cow Camp. There is no need to extend this road.
If this has to be the least of 22 evils, fine. Go with option one. There is no need to extend that road over a ridge, over a hill. It's going to cost millions of dollars. It's kept us all awake at night for years, and it's not going to solve anything. You're dumping onto La Pata that is still going to take people down Hermosa, which is a 2-lane road, or they continue on La Pata to Pico, which is a 3-lane. You're still not achieving your goal, and you're building a road, as somebody else said, to nowhere, but it isn't to nowhere. There's already a road there. If you haven't taken it, take it. It's a lovely road. This time of year, there's mustard flowers, and there's lupine. Sometimes there's cows walking by. You don't need to build Route 22. But as I said, if that is the least of all the evils, and I'm so happy for the other cities who had their routes removed with this vote, yay for them. I was super excited last Tuesday until I really started thinking about it. Why do we need this road? It was added late, and it's unnecessary. Please go with option one only, or keep Route 22 untold. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Dan Bain, speaking as a resident, a member of the public.
Thank you, and I just wanted to make that clear. I obviously wear many hats, so speaking solely as a member of the public, this has been a long process that I've been involved with, and I know many members of this board have had personal attacks, myself included in various respects. So I wanted to sit up here, and I wasn't planning on making remarks, but I wanted to know how far we've come in the last 2.5 years. And I view today as a positive step with the removal of the routes through the city of San Clemente. I think it's a positive step in that respect. I'm not going to comment on sort of future projects and endeavors, but I've had a lot of conversations with many of you individually over the past year, both as a representative of the city, as a representative of the board, and I've noted a lot of, let me say, a change in attitude, a more receptiveness to constructive dialogue, and I've appreciated that. And I think today is largely a recognition of that process. So I commend the board for that. How we go on, and obviously today is a vote for continuing a proposal into the EIR phase, which is going to be another long process. What I hope and what's implied in the recommendation today is that the 241 as an ongoing concern is effectively over, that this agency has decided that the 241 routes through the city of San Clemente and elsewhere don't make sense from a traffic, from an environmental justice standpoint. And I think the staff agenda makes that very clear. And so I hope that this board looks at that and says, okay, to the County of Orange, to OCTA, to Caltrans, hands off those aspects of this project. And I'm hoping that we get some definitive input from the board today that this is in fact the county taking over as a lead agency as it pertains to Los Patrones, that this is in fact, and using some of the prior examples, the closing of the curtain on the 241, because I think it's time. I think the city of San Clemente and the residents in South County have had this sort of Damocles sword hanging over our head for 2 years now. So I hope there will be definitive statements today that that is the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, as a reminder, item number 9, that does conclude our public speakers. Item number 9 is a Foothill Eastern only item, and so we will only hear discussion by Foothill Eastern directors. And due to the significance of this item, I would like to turn to Foothill Eastern Chair, Christina Shea, and ask for your comments.
Yes, thank you. Chairwoman Kelly, I will be short and brief, but I appreciate you giving me an opportunity. As chairwoman of the Foothill Eastern, I want to make sure that you can hear me. I want to say this effort and this decision today is truly historic. When you stop and think of the efforts by this agency, our member agency, our regional partners, and also the input from the public, we have fulfilled our promise to follow a process to a required conclusion. After 5-year public engagement effort that has been difficult for TCA and certainly for the residents that were affected by these several different proposals, I am very pleased we have recommended a solution that represents both the community's input and is also supportive of the technical data. We had a process, we followed that process, the process has worked. Thank you to our TCA staff, the consultant team, and our executive team, and to the public. Also, I want to thank Caltrans and Caltrans District 12, which was led by Ryan Chamberlain. We very much appreciate you working with all of us here at the TCA, and thank you again so much. I look forward to a successful conclusion today.
Thank you, Chairwoman Shea. And at this point, I would like to recognize Director Lisa Bartlett, Supervisor Bartlett.
Thank you very much. Chair, this vote for me today is a real personal one, and I want to take a moment to recognize the county's role with today's action, specifically the recommendation of Alternative 22, Untold. People who know me know I'm very solution-oriented and really wanted to be part of a solution to help solve traffic in South County without impacting built-out communities, businesses, resident views, and major infrastructure that was already in place. Looking at all of the alternatives that were presented during the public scoping process, and I truly appreciate all of the public input that we've had over the last couple of years. These are residents who live, work, and play out there in our communities, and your comments have been taken to heart. And in looking at all of the options that have come out during the public scoping process, whether it be 9 and 18 that make U-turns between the two toll roads, or 13 that goes through San Juan Capistrano, or 14 that went through San Clemente. And looking at all of those alternatives that were put out there early on, I didn't like any of those options. I didn't think they were viable for a whole host of reasons. And so then we were looking at, well, we've got 14,000 homes being built out in Rancho Mission Viejo. We've got an increase in just people moving around in South County, and what are we going to do in the event of an emergency? So we've got to look at some creative options, and I looked at Alternative 22 as a really viable solution. So I sat down one day with our Public Works Director, Shane Salesby, and I said, I need to get an alignment that is going to go from Cow Camp Road through the backside of Rancho Mission Viejo and connect into La Plata by San Clemente. That's going to allow for the greatest amount of traffic relief in the area and improve public safety in the event we've got to evacuate. But we had to stay below the ridge line, and you have to stay out of the avoidance areas, and you have to stay out of the mitigation areas, and you can't go through the landfill in the geologically sensitive areas. So there was literally one dotted line path that we were able to create, and that is what's now known as Alternative 22. And really happy to be moving that forward. We circled back with all of the community leaders, Rancho Mission Viejo and OC Waste and Recycling, Caltrans and OCTA and TCA, and the community leaders in South County as well, in particular those in Dana Point, San Clemente, and San Juan Capistrano, where they would have the greatest impact here. And everyone was really delighted to see a facility that could be built out, and when you do the traffic flow on it, it actually creates better traffic flow for the community as an untolled arterial facility. And so bringing that forward today, I'm really delighted to do that. And a lot of people have said, well, you know, it's just the next phase of something else. And although the portion from Oso Parkway of Los Patrones Parkway extension to Cow Camp Road is built to state highway standards, to Caltrans standards, we are not anticipating that the road that's being built from Cow Camp and connecting into La Plata, it will not be built to Caltrans standards. That's not our intent. It would be built as a continuation of a county arterial like La Plata. So when people talk about, oh, it could be converted to something, it can't be. And the county's jurisdiction, as you know, ends at La Plata. So it's not like the county is going to say, and this is the next step of something else. This is it, basically. And to have that terminus point at La Plata, it puts the communities at ease. It gives everyone the knowledge and the ability to say, I know what's going to be built in South County. You've got your three major projects with your Ortega widening, your HOV continuation lane on the I-5, and you've now got the Los Patrones Parkway extension connecting into La Plata. And with those projects and then some arterial improvements and traffic light synchronization, people in the community now can rest assured that they will know what they will get now and in the future for regional mobility and enhanced public safety. And I just couldn't be more pleased to be able to present this, and hopefully we'll get the votes to move it forward. And I just appreciate the collaboration of everyone's involvement. the community, the different agencies, and certainly with the Board of Directors. We've all been really engaged in this as this process has moved forward. So I just would like to thank everyone who's been involved and engaged, and hopefully we'll end up with a really great decision today that we can celebrate for the long term. And if at some point, if you'd like me to make a motion, I'll be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll circle back to you at the appropriate time. And thank you, Director Bartlett. And now I'd like to recognize Director Miller to give the committee report on this item.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. This item came to the South County Traffic Relief Ad Hoc Committee on February 27, 2020, which I now chair and have been a part of from its inception. We had OCTA CEO Daryl Johnson with us at that meeting with additional OCTA senior staff members. And we had county staff there as well, and Ryan Chamberlain joined us via teleconference on that call. At the meeting, the committee discussed staff's recommendation to collaborate with our regional partners to advance Alternative 1, which is the no-build, and Alternative 22, which is the Los Patronos extension, untold. That I want to make that very clear. That is an untold extension at Los Patronos. And those were advanced for further study. Staff provided an overview of the types of stakeholder outreach conducted during the public scoping period and the number of general themes of public comments received during the 94-day public scoping period. The committee asked questions about not just what the public was saying, but where the comments were coming from geographically. And I'm told additional information was added to the staff report, and I'm sure staff will cover this more with the presentation. Staff also provided a detailed overview of the methodology used for the screening summary that included whether an alternative met the South County Traffic Relief Effort project's purpose and need, the amount of congestion relief provided by an alternative, cost of the alternative, as well as its impacts on the community environment. As a result of the scoping effort and in coordination with the agency's partners, Caltrans and OCTA, 3 near-term priority projects have been identified for South Orange County. Our CEO will provide further greater detail on this presentation. As a director on both OCTA and TCA, I've always been focused on getting both agencies to collaborate more. That was one of the commitments I made when I ran for OCTA, and I wanted to follow through with for the South County. At times it wasn't easy. I spent 15 months working on a lot of these projects, but I believe we have finally developed a clear path, and I want to thank both staffs, OCTA, Caltrans, and TCA staff, for coming together to come up with a good solution like this. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Miller, and also to the committee who worked alongside you with this. And now we will ask our CEO, Mike Kramen, to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, directors. Today marks the culmination of many years of effort to evaluate alternatives for extending the 241 toll road and provide traffic solutions in South Orange County. The item before you today is the result of a 5-year public engagement effort to genuinely and transparently work with the public to determine the most efficient and acceptable path for a southern terminus of the Foothill Transportation Corridor. After engaging thousands of local stakeholders through workshops and public forums and through the formal Caltrans scoping process, and after traffic engineers and environmental planners analyzed the benefits and impacts from the proposed South County alternatives, today's staff report proposes the adoption of a path forward. Alternative 22, untold. That, we're confident, will relieve traffic congestion while protecting communities in South Orange County, and a path that can garner the local support needed in order for a project to be built. In addition, we've been working with Caltrans and OCTA to advance 3 projects: the South County project, Alternative 22 Untold, as well as the Ortega widening in San Juan Capistrano and the I-5 HOV lane from Avenida Pico to the county line. TCA, Caltrans, and OCTA staffs agree that these projects will enable the South County to meet its growing traffic needs for the foreseeable future. Advancing transportation infrastructure projects isn't an easy process. Everyone who engaged productively can feel proud today that their participation has led quite convincingly to the path forward we're recommending today. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Board of Directors who worked alongside the public through this effort, as well as Ryan Chamberlain and his staff at Caltrans, and Daryl Johnson and his staff at OCTA. Thank you, Jennifer Bergener, for being here today representing OCTA staff. We said from the beginning that we were committed to getting the right technical data, authentically engaging the public, and working cooperatively with the other regional transportation agencies. Today's recommendations prove that we were successful in what we promised the public we would do. So to run through the background on the project, starting in 2016, we had early engagement, the South County Mobility Working Groups, 3 public forums, 1,200 public comments. 20 transportation ideas were recommended by the South County Working Groups and the public. We did an initial screening of alternatives in 2017, and we went through the Caltrans project study report process in 2018 and 2019. We came to the board at the end of 2018, and the board authorized the PAED phase for the project and directed that at the conclusion of the NOI-NOP alternative screening phase, TCA staff is to return to the board with a reduced set of alternatives for evaluation. This item being presented today fulfills the direction given by the board. The public noticing NOI-NOP was issued in November of 2019. We followed all of the proper procedures for notices both in the Federal Register, the State Clearinghouse website, 28 advertisements in local newspapers, the 396 notices mailed to federal, state, and local agencies, elected officials, and organizations. Additionally, beyond the requirements, we emailed approximately 9,500 stakeholders who had indicated their interest in the process and mailed notices to approximately 28,000 residents in the study areas. Our comment period began on November 7th and ran through February 10th, a 94-day comment period. We hosted 2 scoping meetings within the study area and had 200 plus attendees. This was on November 20th in Mission Viejo and on December 4th in the city of Dana Point. 10 proposed project alternatives along with 4 variations of alternative 23 were included in the public scoping and alternative screening. So in this public process, we carried forward the alternatives from the project study report and added the 2 new alternatives through the public process that began in November. We also published a draft scoping report along with our NOI-NOP to provide information to the public early in that process. On the basis of the feedback that we received through the comments and the public input, we developed a set of alternative screening criteria that was used then in evaluating the alternatives for consideration and for screening, determining which alternatives would move forward in this process, as well as determining if the alternatives met project purpose and need. So the report provides a lot of information on the screening process that went through with all of the alternatives in order to determine the recommendations in the report. I'm going to focus on and just really what I think was sort of the essence or the key criteria in this process. And there's a much bigger table in your reports, in your staff report, that this is extracted from. But I'd kind of like to put out that it provided a clear path. The comparison I use here is alternative 14. That's not as an indication of where that fell in the process, but really as a comparison against all 22 untold. So I would point out that both alternatives meet the project purpose and need. Public opposition for one was very high. Public opposition to the other low. Here's some of the key technical data, though, that sort of influenced and then blended what we were hearing from the public with the technical information that was being developed and then reported through the study. So Vehicle hours of delay is an important metric at this screening level when it comes to traffic analysis. And if we look at the vehicle hours of delay on I-5, for Alt 14, there was a reduction of 1,740 hours. And if we look at vehicle hours of delay on all roadways, 2,350. Now let's look at Alt 22 untold. Vehicle hours a day delay reduction on I-5 nearly double. Vehicle hours of delay on all roadways nearly double. This was pretty convincing data as we worked our way through the report. Then you add to that the cost. So $1.7 billion for alternative 14 versus approximately $330 million for all 22 untold. So a clear benefit in terms of the cost effectiveness as you relate costs versus the benefits of a project. So just kind of to summarize some of the benefits of Alt 22 untold: reduced congestion for portions of local arterials and the I-5 freeway, improved system redundancy, opportunity to extend Class 1 bike facilities, free flow movement onto the 241 toll road at Oso, low impacts to communities, low opposition and controversy. A summary of what we heard from the public. Caltrans received approximately 1,650 comments during the scoping period. General themes among the comments received: support for alternatives that shift east away from built-out areas, lack of support for alternatives 9 and 18, lack of support for a 241 toll road extension connecting to I-5 that would encompass Alts 13, 14, and 17, concern with impacts to communities and protected open space. And some of the key issues that were brought up that will be studied in more detail in the environmental document preparation: open space considerations, community cohesion, geotechnical concerns, air quality, and health impacts. So based on the results of this scoping study and alternative screening analysis, it is recommended that the agency, this is the report's recommendation, so that based on the scoping study and the alternative screening analysis, it is recommended that the agency work with regional partners to advance the following alternatives for further consideration: Alternative 1, no-build alternative, and Alternative 22, untold, Los Patrones Parkway, untold extension. In the regional planning context, as we're going through this process, working with our partners, both in terms of the South County project scoping process, which I just walked you through, and take it in combination with the 2008 South County Major Investment Study and OCTA's 2018 Long Range Transportation Plan, Caltrans, OCTA, and TCA have concluded that there are 3 near-term South County priority projects. The Alternative 22 untold, extending Los Patrones Parkway from its current terminus at Cow Camp to Avenida La Plata near the southern border of the Prima de Checa landfill, I-405 HOV lane on Interstate 5 between Avenida Pico and the county line, and Lower Ortega Highway widening, completing the highway widening of the gap in San Juan Capistrano. So the actions that are before you today include 5 items. The first, adopt the South County Traffic Relief Effort Project Scoping Summary and Alternative Screening Report. I think we set a record, but I'm only going to call it the South County Report now. And its recommendation to advance Alternative 22 untold, Los Patrones Parkway untold extension. Direct staff to collaborate with the County of Orange to advance Alternative 22 untold, Los Patrones Parkway untold extension as a county major thoroughfare, and return to the board with a project development plan in conjunction with regional partners. Number 3, support Caltrans and OCTA efforts to advance high occupancy vehicle lane improvements on Interstate 5 between Avenida Pico and the San Diego County line. Support OCTA and Caltrans effort to complete the Ortega Highway widening in San Juan Capistrano, And then a final action that we're recommending to the board today, direct staff to collaborate with Caltrans and OCTA to implement the South County Report recommendations, which concludes the agency's efforts to identify solutions for a southerly extension of the 241 toll road. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kramen. And at this point, I will entertain a motion by Director Bartlett, and then after our second, we can have discussion.
I'll second. All right, thank you, Chair Kelly. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommended actions for today that were just outlined.
I'll be proud to second that.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second. And okay, so we will begin with Director Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really excited about this. And I want to thank Director Bartlett specifically for all the hard work she did with the county and Rancho Mission Viejo to help identify this route. As we were going through this process, I know you guys were all very frustrated in San Clemente about what was being discussed, and I understand that, but we have to take it through a process. And just to kind of clarify something I did at a November meeting, I was frustrated as well, and I jumped the gun on Alternative 22 a little bit. I didn't even give Director Bartlett the courtesy to let her know I was about to do it, so I apologize for that, Director. But this has been an ongoing, very interesting process to me, and I spoke about it a little bit in my director's or the committee report. But I want to thank that ad hoc committee. Director Beal was our chair last year. He gave us great leadership on how we should continue on this process, and I want to thank the entire committee because they had a lot of great input. But one of the issues I had while we were going through this, and it wasn't just this project, it was the 24191, and I mentioned it was the communication between these agencies. Yeah, that was extremely important to me. There are 5, I call us crossover directors because we sit on both OCTA and TCA, and we all play a little bit different role, but that was the one thing I saw when I got on that we were really struggling with. And so it was my goal to get together with the leaders of each agency and just sit down and kind of hash out what the problems were and why we were doing what we were doing. And I think we were very successful in that. And so, I'm very proud of what's going on here today. This alternative has the least environmental impact, the least impact on our communities. It solves a big problem that we have. I understand that these roads are only a mile apart. Down Ortega, it's actually, I think, a little bit farther than that, but it's something that solves a north-south issue that we have. We don't have resiliency in that area as of yet. This goes a long way to creating that. And so I think I heard Director Bartlett, she can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think I just heard her say that the county is going to take the lead on this. I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's what it sounded like when she said, once it hits La Pata, that's it, because that's the end of their authority.
The county would be happy to take the lead on it, just not the funding lead on it.
Oh, well, we'll get to that.
It's an expensive road.
And we're not talking about how right now, we're talking about what. So I appreciate that because that's an important component of the concern about a toll or tolling it later on. If it's a county arterial, we do not have the authority to toll that road. And so it will remain free, and that's my opinion. So, and that's important for South County to understand. One of the things I do want to make an amendment to one of the items on your bullet point, and I hope Director Bartlett will accept that. It's bullet point 2, when we are directing TCA to get together with the county and Caltrans and bring back a project development plan. I'd like to put a timeline on that and have it back within 120 days. And if it's not a completed plan, at least an update on that plan, where we are, so we know what's going on in the process. And then bring it back. If you can bring it back faster, bring it back faster, obviously. And then we want it back every 120 days until we have a completed plan, or as quickly as you can get it to us. I'd like to make that amendment.
Well,
there a second
and I appreciate the amendment. The county right now, as you know, is extremely busy. All departments are engaged in things from coronavirus to everything else. And we've got all hands on deck on a number of projects. So the 120-day, I think it's a great check-in point. I don't know if we can guarantee that a specific scope of work would be completed by that date, but certainly check in, and we can do that every 120 days and provide updates, and happy to do so.
That was my amendment to it, that 120 days, we're going to get an update and hopefully a plan. I understand that may not be able to do it in a full 120, so we are continually getting updated on where we're on this project.
Okay, well, the maker of the motion accepts that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, well, with that,
Okay, so there was a second, did you second that amendment? Or
well,
has
whoever
someone
had the second have to accept it as
Okay.
well.
Scott Whites, okay, thank you.
Okay, and with that, thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. We will go on to Director Don Wagner, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a couple of quick points. First of all, thank you to the Chief Executive Officer for the presentation. It goes through a whole bunch of points, a couple of which I wanted to make. I want to emphasize just two quick things, both of which have been touched on, but I do want to emphasize them. We did hear from a speaker about how San Clemente has defeated Project 14. And I want to thank the residents of San Clemente who have come here many times and given us the benefit of their views, some of whom are here today to give us the benefit of their views. That's the way the process ought to work, and that's what I want to highlight. The process worked. It isn't that the residents of San Clemente or anyone else defeated 14. We heard the residents, and we did the technical studies, and the Chief Executive Officer outlined them. The key technical data supports the direction that we are moving, and we are appropriately responding to that technical information. We are appropriately responding to the concerns of the local residents, and we heard some additional concerns today with respect to Alternative 22 Untold, whether or not it's even necessary. And I am fully supportive of this motion, not because it is the end of the process, obviously, but just because it is the beginning of the next stage in the process. So the process has worked, and I appreciate all the stakeholders who have been involved. Let me now pick up just a little bit of the bad news to follow up on what Director Mueller just said, and I know no funding decisions are being made today. Supervisor Director Bartlett was clear on that. She has been stalwart champion of this project. But it needs to be said that the county right now, our current 7-year capital improvement program does not have this project in it. And all of our road funds for the next 7 years are in the capital improvement project. And so we are going to have to look long and hard, as Director Mueller said, as now former board chairwoman Bartlett made clear, look at funding down the road. There are no promises of county monies today. I want to make sure everybody knows that. But the process is in place. The process has worked. Congratulations to the agency, the staff, and Director Mueller, and everybody else who has made sure this works the way it's supposed to work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And next, Director Wang.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually Huang. That's all right. I joined this board at the height of a lot of the friction between the agencies, especially I came here right after our very disastrous, I felt at the time, public outreach. And was very worried about the whole process. But what I stated back then, and as I do today, is that we need to focus on the data. I've been pushing staff to give me data, drown out the noise of opinions. I just wanted to see where the data take us and go from there. And I think that's what brought us here today. With the full recognition of the fact that this is probably the most unusual process any public agency has ever gone through, where I don't think I can ever recall a time where the public is taken into the same room as the staff as they're going through every option. Typically, in a bureaucracy, you'll see staff going through all the options, then they take it to the policymakers, and then the public's always the last to know. Here, we decided to bring everyone into the room. Was it painful? I think all of us can say it was very painful, unusual. It was very uneasy process. But I think at the end of the day, all of us got to know each other a lot better, as well as the agencies worked a lot better. And I'm hoping that this will lead to future collaboration with OCTA and Caltrans at the matter that it is today. But most importantly, for the members of the public to know that I hope you felt you were part of the process and continue to be part of the process as we go through this. But most importantly is the fact that at the end of the day, it's what data will bring us here. It's brought us here today. I do want to make it very clear for the members of the public who, I think there was a speaker who mentioned that about the possibility of tolling Alternative 22. What you didn't see on one of these slides, but we do have here in front of us, and I even comparing Alternative 22 tolled versus untold still perform better. And as someone who, myself, I'm driven by data, even looking at untold, performing better than told, then there's no reason for this agency or Caltrans or OCTA to ever consider tolling Alternative 22. Not only does it not perform as well, but it also costs more. So I think we need to continue to keep our eyes on these data points, continue to engage the public in what we do. And lastly, I just want to thank Caltrans and OCTA in this process, as well as our TCA staff, and special recognition to our directors who have gone through, sitting both on OCTA and TCA, going through all this. Balancing act is not easy. You don't know which hat to wear at what time. So I appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you, Director Wong. Director Ward.
I too am going to have a lot of nice comments to say, but I just have a couple questions. In the report, it says that, this is the language, as a result of the South County Traffic Relief Project formal scoping process and in conjunction with Orange County Transportation Authority, South Orange County Major Investment Study 2008, I can't even say this, SOCMAS and its 2008 Long-Range Transportation Plan. There's all these acronyms. Caltrans and OCTA and the agency have concluded that there are 3 near-term South County projects.
Priority projects.
One is extending Los Patrones Parkway as an untolled major thoroughfare. Second is Caltrans taking the lead, advancing the HOV lane on I-5 from Pico to the county line. And then Caltrans as a lead agency completing the Ortega Highway widening in San Juan Capistrano, which we have heard that now has San Juan Capistrano support and has support of all the 3 other agencies. That in itself is huge development from the last few years. And also the high agreement at a high level of Alternative 22 is a major development for this agency and for, I think, the other 2 agencies also. But what is not clear, and I'm hoping that we can make clear, is whether this concludes the South County Traffic Relief Project. That's what I am not clear on, and I think it's not super clear in these reports, and I think for the public and for the board here, we need to know if that project is concluded and this is what is moving forward only.
So
Mr. CEO,
Yeah,
please.
thank you, Director Ward. So that's the intent of the 5th action that you're asking for. Direct staff to collaborate with Caltrans and OCTA to implement the South County Traffic Relief Report recommendations, which concludes, or maybe a better word would be and conclude, the agency's efforts to identify solutions for a southerly extension of the 241 toll road. That's clearly the intent. I mean, this has been 25 years we've been looking at this, and today marks the day where that effort comes to an end, because we've come up with a good solution that serves the needs in a foreseeable future. It's in a way that's supported by technical data. It's supported by what we heard from the public and the public input that we got in this process. So that's the intent of that item. We're currently in a Caltrans process. Alternative 22 doesn't require us to remain in a Caltrans process going forward. So that's the point of staff recommendation 2, collaborate with the County of Orange, because this will be a county project. The county will be the lead agency for moving forward with that. But we're going to work with Caltrans and OCTA, and then in item 2 with the county to move this forward. And there's only one, the no build, and one build alternative that's being requested for action to be moved forward today.
Then, with that explanation, I'd like to ask Director Miller if he would, and the rest of the board, if he would consider on option number 1, at the end where it says, adopt the South County Traffic Relief Effort Summary and Alternatives and its recommendation to advance Untold 22, Los Patrones Parkway Extension, period. I would like to add, formally conclude the SCRTE project with letters of appreciation to Caltrans and participating agencies and all organizations, including everyone we heard from today, every city and city council within this JPA, notifying them of the end of the CEQA process and thanking them for their efforts and their participation. I'd like that just set out that this, I understand that it says it in number 5, but I think for clarity and for the newspapers and everyone going forward, and especially the public, that they understand that this formally concludes that process. And so I'd like to, I'll read it again if you need, but I'd like to add that language to number 1.
Okay, so you're asking for an amendment to the amendment.
Right. Just saying formally conclude the SCRTE, I might have that backward, project with letters of appreciation to Caltrans and I should say OCTA, and other participating agencies and organizations, notifying them of the end of the CEQA process and thanking them for their efforts and participation. Because this truly is a landmark where we've gotten to. And it's been
Okay.
a lot of work, and I think it should be reflected.
Okay, and let's see if there's a second on that before we proceed. There's an amendment to the, she's making an amendment, so we first deal with the latest amendment, and then then the next amendment, and then the main motion. So is there a second?
Yeah. So accept the amendment.
She's offering an amendment, we have to ask.
And I think rather than sending out specific letters to specific agencies, et cetera, maybe just a formal report out by TCA acknowledging, what we need to say would be more appropriate.
That can be done offline without adding it to the agenda or to the motion?
I think, well, there's probably going to be, I would assume, a press release going out, and that could be something noted within the press release to state that, and that goes out to everyone. That way we're not overlooking any entity or person or agency out there that we would need to notify. It goes out to the world. So that's something that I think we could certainly take care of within the press release.
Okay, so we can encompass that in the direction to staff
Yes, we
without a
could.
formal motion on that.
Yes, we could. We'll work with Director Ward in order to get wording into the official statement that goes out from the agency.
Okay, I just think that would be important. If we're saying as a board that we're stopping this process and we're moving on with this, it's important to clearly state that, especially for the public. If we're gonna stop building 241 Toll Road through South Orange County cities, I think if we stop, I think the public will also stop the opposition, and I think that's just important that we do that at this time and not let that linger.
Okay, and again, I think this is actually included in item number 5, but we've heard you, the staff has heard you, and I'm sure they will clarify in the press releases and such that do go out. Now turn next to Chair Christina Shea, please.
Yes, Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's comments. This is a very important day. I do agree with Director Ward in regard to tightening up the language a bit. I was going to propose, and actually I had suggested in our committee meetings that we would propose perhaps an MOU because I know the community in San Clemente are very concerned. They want to know that this is a final approval, and I think that the document could be tightened up just a bit. And my thought was that we could recommend which formally concludes and finalizes in item 5, which is, I think, the appropriate place to add this, is just to, which it says, which concludes the agency's efforts. We could add 2 words, which formally concludes and finalizes the agency's efforts to identify solutions for southerly extension of 241 Toll Road. I think it just tightens it up a bit. I think it addresses your concern. I think the letters certainly are something the staff would be sending out anyways. Our press releases are going to be very clear. But if we could add those 2 words, and if the maker of the motion would be supportive of that, just be in item 5.
Okay, and I appreciate the comments. I just don't want to be too redundant. I think concludes and finalizes are pretty much the same thing. So we would just be repeating something
We could say
similar.
formally concludes. I just think it needs to be tighter.
Formally concludes is fine. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on now to Director Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should have addressed this earlier, bullet point 5. We spent a lot of time talking about this in committee, and we were very careful about how we worded this because we wanted to let people know this does conclude what we're doing in terms of our 241 extension study. However, you know, we're getting hung up on semantics here. We are done. Nothing that we do today will prevent a board from 20 years from now from undoing it, okay? So I don't want to get hung up on this stuff. I mean, we worked really hard to word that, so we were letting people know we're done. The 241 is, once we hit La Pata, we are no longer studying that connection. We feel like we've made it. So we probably spent more time talking about that item than any other item. I'm good with the way it reads today. I don't think we need to add any additional language to it because it clearly states what that subcommittee wanted. However, we are just, an ad hoc. We're just an ad hoc bringing it out to the board. So if that's the will of the board, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, well, let's.
Yeah, well, if we could, Director Bartlett, are you okay with adding the word formally? I
Yeah.
just think it gives it tighter.
Yes, I'm fine with that. So it would be formally concludes in item 5, and that's fine.
Okay, our next director who wishes to speak is Director Voights.
We had heard again from the public, and this has been a long and at times painful process, coming to an alternative and an attachment to try to ease traffic flow in South Orange County. And the fact is the 5 freeway is such a major conduit from Los Angeles to San Diego that it was imperative that we come up with a solution. And so I think what we've come here with the help of the TCA and all the studies is that 22 is the best alternative to ease traffic congestion in South Orange County and help the I-5 arterial to be a conduit for the rest of the state, because that is a major life flow for the state of California from Los Angeles to San Diego. I think that it's important that we as a board have always looked at the data, because we're data driven and we want to be successful in what we do. And obviously we've heard the concerns of all those in San Clemente and San Juan. And we were going through with our eyes wide open that those alternatives that were proposed before 22 were somewhat problematic for the residents there. We heard your fear, and we have come up with a solution. I think that is a great solution for the future of Orange County and the state of California. So I'm happy with the language that's there, and I would accept those last few words. But the fact is that we're still going to be sending out an ERI, and we're going to continue the database. But the fact is we've come up with a solution. Do we want to go through this process again? No, we don't. We've heard it from you all and let you know that we've heard you, and we appreciate, because as an agency that we should be transparent in what we do. We should be, as elected leaders, always listening to whether they are for us or against us. And so we've heard you and we thank you. I think that 22 is going to be a great solution for us as we move forward, but I like the language there, but I'll leave it to the maker and I'll accept whatever's there.
Okay, and Director Ward, you removed yourself from the queue?
I didn't mean to.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
You hit the button again,
think
I
I
guess.
undid it.
Okay, so final comment by Director Ward, and then we'll be ready
Just
to
one
vote.
last question. Director Miller said that 22 would not be told in the future. And I just want you to clarify that for the public also.
So with the recommendation before you today, we would move this project forward through the county process as a county road. Therefore, any decision like that in the future would be unlikely. Number one, the data shows it performs better untold over told. So this agency would, based on that data, would not be inclined to, and that's not what we're recommending.
Okay, and final comment, Director Beal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, as was mentioned, over the past year, I was the chair of the South County Traffic Relief Ad Hoc Committee. And I want to say that I'm proud of this agency and this board of directors for the effort that we have put in over the past many years. We engaged in a lengthy 5-year process. It was professional. We had detailed technical analysis, traffic relief needs, and every potential alternative. It was studied thoroughly. We sought public engagement. Anyone that had any input, we wanted to hear from you. And we listened. We listened to everyone in good faith. And that public engagement was critical and very important. And today, the process is now coming to its next natural step. And our efforts over the past 5 years, I would call to the attention of all the members of the public and the media. It's basically summarized in spreadsheets that are in our report today. I call your attention to it. This is how good, thorough, fully informed decisions and government decision-making is done. And I salute everyone at the TCA and this board that contributed to doing this. I'm very pleased that the TCA, the OCTA, and Caltrans are in agreement with this path forward. Where we find ourselves today, it shows that our process worked exactly as we had planned. As the representative from the city of Rancho Santa Margarita on the TCA, I want to make a few comments. The 241 toll road and its extension has been the city of Rancho Santa Margarita's #1 regional priority for as long as I could remember. And what's being proposed will further extend the road, which is a plus. Miles of additional roadway. Why is it a plus? Because it's increased access to and from our city. It is good for the car dealerships. We heard from one of our car dealers today. For our businesses and restaurants, customers can come in. Our customers can go into other cities. Increased mobility, reduced traffic is great for everyone. It improves the quality of life for everyone in the region. So I think this is a great result. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the process and how difficult it has been. And I'm saddened but not surprised about how difficult it was, because that's politics. In my opinion, there were leaders, a few of them, in the No Toll Road group, and even some of our Orange County state legislators who had obvious personal political agendas that were willing to divide our community for the sake of their personal political agenda at the expense of doing what's right for the overall community. Our goal, as evidenced by all the work that we have done, shows this agency has worked to the best of our ability to make fully informed decisions to benefit the entire region, improve mobility and the quality of life for all residents. What was their stated goal? And we saw it time and again. They wanted to abolish the TCA. They wanted to stop this process before it began. That's wrong. In my opinion, that is a failure of leadership. It divides communities. It divides a region. Members of this board of directors faced threats and intimidation and terrible false personal attacks. A number of us have been accused of corruption, taking payoffs, conflicts of interest, utter incompetence, and threatened with and served with recall papers. One of our speakers today said, "You've all been put through a firing squad." Nothing could be further from the truth. That is a fact. And that is no surprise. We all saw the scope of work that came from the public affairs or lobbyist that was hired by the city of San Clemente. It was a scorched earth policy by design, and many of us have personally paid that price. In my opinion, that was a shameful failure of leadership. But as one of our speakers, Aaron Beyer, said today, voters spoke loudly and clearly on Tuesday when
Madam Chair, I
our
have a point of order.
incumbent state assemblyman
He has
was
the floor
voted
right
out of
now.
office. Real leadership
He has the
is
floor.
taking constructive input from everybody, working constructively with all stakeholders to find the best alternatives for the entire region.
Mr. Joseph.
And that is what we have done. In my opinion, this proposal is a great result for the entire
Let me
community.
turn to council.
Madam Chair, I would recommend recognizing the point of order.
All right, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would submit that these are campaign comments and they are not in the purview of the TCA. We're talking about communities here and campaigns, elections that occurred a week ago. That's not pertinent, and those comments should cease. This isn't TCA business.
I disagree, and I appreciate your comments. May I continue?
Please
Thank you.
continue.
I want the residents of San Clemente to understand something. Without question, every member of this board of directors, we love the city of San Clemente. We frequent it. We love your beaches, your restaurants. We love you. There's not one person on this board trying to destroy your city. We love your city. And so, once again, I'm proud of the TCA board of directors that we stayed the course, worked through this process. Our decisions that we will make today are based upon facts and analysis, not politics and misinformation. And I believe when we take action, we will improve the quality of life for the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we do have a final comment from Director Miller.
Just not really a comment. I just want a clarification from our CEO. This recommendation concludes that we are only advancing a non-tolled option. I was a little confused on how you answered Director Ward's question. So we are only advancing a non-tolled option. So as far as this agency is concerned, there will be no tolling on that road.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. And we are no longer studying a connection to the 5 once we approve this.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, and that is clear in the 5 recommended action points. And so at this time, I will call for a vote, and this is a vote of the Foothill Eastern Committee Board only. So all those in favor of the 5 recommended actions, please say aye.
Aye.
The amended.
Is there any opposition? Say no. Then that motion does carry unanimously. Congratulations. It has been a very rigorous process, and thank you to all who've worked so hard on it. Now, at this point, I have a question for our staff. We have 2 more items of business, and the clock is showing it's after 12. So are we able to possibly delay item 10 and 11, continue to the next meeting, or are they time sensitive?
I would characterize them as time sensitive, but we can be brief.
Okay.
I can
all
be very
right.
brief.
Carry on then. We will go ahead and have that committee report first from Mr. Murphy, and then our staff report.
Did you want Mr. Murphy to do it or Mr. Voights? Mr. Murphy behind. No, I'm just joking. That was a little levity from
Okay.
before.
All right. Give
All
me a
right.
break here.
Okay. I have the privilege, obviously, of being a director here as well as the chair of the Joint Capital Programs and Projects Committee. And so I appreciate the opportunity to share a bit on this particular item. This is item 10, the SR 241 Loma Segment Widening Project. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. With that, the item did come before our Joint Capital Programs and Projects on September the 25th and again on November the 20th in 2019. Staff provided an overview of the project, discussed the needs, features and scope and schedule requirements therein. The selection process was outlined on the bench approach, which we discussed at the last meeting as well, of having ready resources and being able to select the best of those applicable for any given opportunity before the agency. As we're aware, there are several portions of our toll road, and we've discussed them at length, that have needs for capacity improvements, and Loma certainly qualifies in that vein. And so with that, I will conclude my comments.
Thank you. And staff report, please.
Good morning. My name is David Spears. I'm the chief engineer, and pleased to give you a brief presentation. This is a location map for the Loma segment widening. You can see in green the location which really begins at the 133 and goes to the 261. The project objectives are to improve this 6-mile segment of 241, which has increasing traffic demand. The project would add 1 lane in each direction, and the widening is needed to keep pace with the traffic growth. A little background, this proposed widening was covered within the original 1992 environmental document. It was envisioned at that time. The project report and revalidation were completed in 2011, and our next step is now to move into a final design phase. The task order scope, there'll actually be 2 task orders we're asking for your approval of today. One is for engineering design services, which encompasses all the detailed design documents that get prepared before we bid a construction project, and it includes the disciplines listed there and more. And also, when we're doing a final design, since there's been some time elapsed since the last revalidation environmentally, there's updates necessary to environmental studies and also support for environmental permitting. And this is a little zoomed in picture of the limits of the project. It really begins at the 133. If you're familiar with this section, you climb up a hill, and there's actually three lanes in the climbing direction. Once you get over the hill, then it drops down to 2. And so one of the challenges with this whole corridor is the fact that you have this variation between a 3-lane section and a 2-lane section. And I'm just going to highlight that for you briefly. So as you climb the hill from the 133, it's about 3 miles of 3-lane section, and then you get to this lane drop at the top. And traffic is fanned out across the 3 lanes, and then you have to collapse them down to 2. And when we get to the off-ramp to Santiago Canyon Road, there's an aux lane, so there's a place for some of the traffic that's going off. Then north of that ramp, again, we neck down to 2 lanes. And in parallel, in the southbound direction, as we get to the 261 interchange, one of the main lanes drops. So there's 2 lanes through the Chapman interchange. Then at the Chapman on-ramp, we add a lane, and there's about a 2-mile section of climbing lane. And then again, we drop a lane in the existing condition, and in the downhill, there's 2 lanes each direction. And then this next slide will show you what the proposed project is. It really provides some lane balancing, some consistent 3-lane cross-section in both directions, and where needed, we still maintain truck climbing lanes. This panoramic view of the corridor kind of reminds us that we're through a pristine natural environment, and so we need environmental updates. And as I said, the major grading was done with the original corridor, so it's really minimal impacts, but we still will do some updates to environmental studies. This is a quick summary of the schedule. The top 2 items are completed, and with your approval of the task orders today, then we'll begin the design phase, which would be completed by May of 2021. We would advertise the contract and come back to the board for authorization, and then look to start construction in September of 2021, completing in December 2022. This is the value for the 2 task orders. Mark Thomas and Company was one of our on-call contractors. It was part of the on-call bench process that was approved last month, and they proposed on this task order were found to have provide the best value for this to TCA for this task order. And Michael Baker International was the firm that was selected based on their qualifications and prior experience actually doing environmental revalidation on this corridor. So these are the contract values. And with that, I'll just, you see before you the staff recommendation to authorize the CEO to execute task order 1 for contract 1328 with Mark Thomas and Company for an amount not to exceed $7,310,030 to provide engineering design services. Item 2, authorize the CEO to execute task order 1 with contract 1327 with Michael Baker International for an amount not to exceed $160,000 to provide environmental planning services. And finally, the 3rd item is to authorize the CEO to execute additional changes deemed necessary and to execute future amendments within 5% of the values above, without any further action from the board. And with that, I welcome any questions about this
Okay,
item.
thank you. Director Murphy?
I just buzzed in and would be happy to make the motion when it's the pleasure of the chair.
Okay. We have a motion and then a second by Lucille Kring. And is there any discussion on the Foothill Eastern side? Okay, with that, we will vote now. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. That was very speedy. Thank you, Mr. Spears. And then item 11, is that also time sensitive?
Yes,
Okay.
and it is, but I can be brief once again.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right.
Oh, wait, excuse me. First, I'll have the committee's chair's report, and then we'd like to hear from you. So first, I'd like to have Director Murphy and then Director Heft provide the committee report on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff is going to present this item and did present it to our Joint Capital Committee last fall and at the beginning of this year as well to review options and request direction. Committee asked a number of questions around operational need, current state of the buildings, cost alternatives, as well as some staff recommendations for design and construction management. We reviewed it thoroughly and believe that the approach was sound and recommended investment would provide needed improvements and an efficiency of use of workspace for at least the next 15 to 20 years at the lowest cost possible. And so I think this program, or plan, I should say, provides the efficient approach to the work while leveraging the investment that we already have, in essence, the sunk costs in this particular building. It's needed, appropriate from our perspective, and customers and committee's unanimous vote reflected similar thoughts from the group. And now I'll defer to my good colleague on this joint committee, Janine Heft.
Okay, Director Heft?
Well, first of all, I just want to say, I guess take 30 seconds to say thank you from my perspective as a member of San Joaquin, that staff and my fellow directors have worked extremely hard to get us to this place. And I've been listening all morning, and I've been seeing this for the last couple of years. I've been on the board since March of 2018, and everyone has worked so hard together in the face of just lots of criticism and lots of negative things thrown at people. They've endured personal attacks. I don't see too many public left in the audience. I see Dave over there, and I know he's being represented and his horse as well. But I just want to say that I know a lot of work has gone into this, and it's appreciated by us on the San Joaquin side. I think I can speak for us, and we just are really looking forward to resolution. Having said that, I want to go ahead and, as the chairwoman of the Joint Toll Operations Committee, talk to you a little bit about an initiative that has been ongoing since fiscal year 2019. And staff presented this to us several times, and that has to do with our building improvements. And there were questions raised by the committee, and we discussed these things over the last 18 months of work. And some of the things that were discussed were the costs to expand our operations in Sacramento, looking at that, or the possibility of moving to another building. And it was determined that both of those costs would be a lot higher. And as Director Murphy noted earlier, the best plan is to make improvements to the building we already own. And these changes are needed as a result in the growth of customer accounts, and I believe that this approach will ensure we continue our work toward improved efficiency and a minimal turnover, which are very important to controlling costs. The committee unanimously agreed that we should move forward with the design and getting the construction costs, which will be brought back to the board for approval. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spears. Staff report?
All right. So I'm going to just briefly highlight the need for the project. We've had significant growth in the last 17 years since we last refurbished the area and set it up for using call center contractors here on site. We have 1.7 million accounts, and I don't know if you're aware, but we receive up to 100,000 calls per month that are responded to by our call center contractors. And so we really want to help them set them up for success, help them optimize staff performance by providing them the right tools, the right environment. And we, as the director shared, we did evaluate off-site and on-site options, and we found that leveraging what we have here on site is by far the most cost-effective way to go forward. On the project objectives, we want to really follow best practices. So it's really reconfiguring the space to provide good line of sight. And when we have two separate contractors with different missions and different scopes of work, we want them in separate spaces, whereas today there's some overlap with the way the building's laid out today. We want to support providing high quality customer service, and we want to support their ability to train and retain staff. If we provide a better environment, we think that it helps them spend less time retraining people, retraining new staff, and that's a plus for them. So you're all familiar, we're in the left, the northwest side of the building. This is the side of the building that's affected by this improvement. Here's the recommended floor plan. We did come up with several options, and this was the one that the committee recommended. On the left side is the first floor, and you can see in yellow, that's the call center. We locate, instead of having it located on 2 floors and kind of splintered, it's all in one place. The blue area on this slide is the toll operations, the TCA staff. The gray area is the common areas outside these doors, and you're kind of familiar that they're heavy use areas and they're about due or past due for some attention. And then the second floor, the pink area you see is the committee conference room, which we use often. And then we have finance and quality assurance would be in its own space. Now, it's not that way today. The kind of olive colored on the left side is the back office system support. That would be a separate contractor space. We'd have a new training room that accommodates up to 20 people, and then a separate spot for transponder fulfillment. So we're here today with the 2 items. One is a request for an amendment to amend the H. Hindi contract, and the second one is a task order for construction management. The schedule would be, if we get your approval today, then we'll complete design development by July, construction procurement by September. We'll come back to committees in October, and then back to the board with a request for authorization for the construction dollars. And then the goal would be to wrap up the project by the spring. The top two items on this slide shaded in blue are what we're asking for today. So H. Hindy Associates has been on board since 2017 doing interior design and space planning activities for us, which informed this process. And we would give them, asking for a contract amendment in the amount of $211,620 for them to do the final design documents for the build out. And then item 2 is construction management services. And we actually had proposals from 2 of our on-call construction management contractors. And we found that Jacobs Project Management Company provided the most relevant experience and some very specific expertise that has to do with what they call move management, getting people in and out of a space, because we're going to have to temporarily relocate a lot of people and a lot of options, a lot of functions. And then the last 2 items there, item 3 is a future cost that we'll come back to you for. It's what we estimate the capital cost would be for this improvement. Item 4, we estimate a maximum of 6 months of temporary space, and this is what we have priced it at in doing some research. So there's an identical board recommendation for San Joaquin and for Foothill Eastern, since this is a shared item. Item 1 is to authorize the CEO to amend the contract with H. Hindy for an amount not to exceed $105,805 for architectural and engineering design services. Item 2, authorize the CEO to execute task order 1 with the Jacobs Project Management Company for an amount not to exceed $121,410 to provide construction engineering management services. And item 3 is to authorize the CEO to execute additional changes to this contract within 10%, $22,722 of the amended contract value. And this is the similar item for Foothill Eastern. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, on behalf of Foothill, I'll move staff recommendation.
I'd like to move for San Joaquin.
Second.
Okay, and I see Director Mike Munsing has requested to speak, and he's not here. So someone pushed his button. That was you. Okay. All right. I thought maybe
He's here in spirit.
I thought maybe he had slipped in. Okay. All right. Okay, so we do have motions and seconds by each board. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. And that motion carries unanimously. We now come to we do not have further public comments, so we come to the report of the Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep this brief. Like everyone, the agency is taking steps to enhance safety for our customers, staff, and contractors as it relates to the coronavirus. This includes monitoring CDC, OSHA, and the county HCA for guidance on effective measures to keep our workplace safe. Enhanced measures for maintaining a clean work environment, posting personal hygiene reminders, strict stay at home if you're sick policy, limiting travel and conferences, encouraging our customers to use the website and minimize activity to the walk-in center. And then beyond that, we're also planning for contingencies that may require quarantine and/or remote working measures. One thing I've also asked our general counsel, and I know Lisa Bartlett, who chairs CSAC, is looking into it and providing us helpful information as well, is looking at phone-in committee meetings and how we can do that, without violating the Brown Act, but maybe make our participation more remote. So we're looking into guidance for that as part of our planning for contingencies. We're also, and then my final point is that we're monitoring traffic on the road as we're anticipating a short-term drop in traffic as the region takes precautions to the coronavirus. And with that, all of the other information I have for you will be in my weekly update, so you can look for it there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, under Director's Reports and New Business, Chair Shea, did you have anything you'd like to report?
No, I don't.
Okay, and I will just make 2 items briefly report. The first is that TCA was again receiving recognition and being honored through our CEO, Mike Kramen, who was recognized as Outstanding Civil Engineer of the Year in the public sector. And this was at the American Society of Civil Engineers a couple of weeks ago. And just a couple of comments about that. There are more than 2,500 members, and so this is quite a significant honor that our CEO, Mr. Kramen, was honored and recognized in that way. And I'll just read a quote or two here. And this is from Ravi Shah, who is the president of this organization. Mike's successful tenure at TCA demonstrates his commitment and dedication to improving Orange County's mobility. He was selected for successfully leading his agency through the 24191 Express Connector environmental phase and the ongoing progress that is being made with Caltrans and the public through the South County traffic relief effort. Through his career at TCA and engineering contributions to the county's toll road system, he is forever a part of Orange County's transportation history. There you go, he's in the books. And when you're honored like this reflects very, very favorably on the entire board and the entire organization. So thank you for your work and for rising to the level of being recognized as Engineer of the Year.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And there's even more good news. I recently attended the Women of Influence Awards luncheon, and again, our CFO, Amy Potter, was nominated as a Woman of Influence in Orange County. So again, here's a TCA star who is being recognized, and so we do appreciate your work. And in addition, Chair Shea was also nominated as a Woman of Influence. So we had two TCA stars being recognized as at this event as well. So that's a very positive reflection on the last, I think, 2 weeks that we've had. And incidentally, Mrs. Potter's honor was the second one in about a 1-month time period. She had been honored as a nominee for CFO of the Year as well. So twice, Madam Chair, you're going to have to step it up here and keep up with Mrs. Potter. Okay, we will next go to Mr. Joseph, but before I have him announce the closed session, I want to ask the board members, as we break for closed session, we would like to get a picture of both boards, and we'll have, so next, we'll go down front after we announce closed session. So.
I don't know why we have.
Because it's a historic day, we were asked to do this, and I think it would be nice. So, Mr. Joseph, would you please report the closed session items?
Yes, Madam Chair. There are 2 items on closed session. First is a conference with legal counsel, both agencies, regarding anticipated litigation under subdivisions A and D2 of Government Code 54956.9. The second is also a joint session regarding public employee performance evaluation, and we do not anticipate reportable action.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll recess to closed session, and we will do a quick picture.
Yes, Madam Chair, there is no reportable action out of closed session.